Hi, everyone. Sorry for the break. We had to make a little bit of a technical adjustment here, and we're going to move on to the next session. Julie Levy is our moderator. She's also the managing director of Sasa, and we thank her for joining us today. Julie, will you share your screen and unmute yourself?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me on, and I am pleased to be joining us. We do apologize again for the technical difficulties, but we expect to be smooth sailing, hopefully. We appreciate your patience. So next up is our presenter for the live events team at Sasa, Lauren Kubosh. She is a foundational member of our organization, and she is here to tell you all about the very many lovely live events that we do, including, of course, the virtual conference, but you know that. So we're going to be discussing all of the other wonderful things that happen year round. Lauren, please take us away.
Hi, everyone. Just give me a second to share my screen. But thank you all for joining us for our great conference. So I am actually presenting on a few of the teams of Sasa today. I am the team leader for the live events and the communications team, but I will also be mentioning the Inspire campaign team and the Archeo Gaming Live team, covering a bunch of bases today. And I'm literally just noticing that I spelled my own name wrong on this intro slide, so that's okay. So first off, we'll start off with the live events team. We have events ranging from monthly book clubs to master classes, reading groups, and more. You can hear from your favorite authors, learn more about our Port Ancient partners, and sign up for summer and winter reading groups, which I have a few links to put in the chat. I will send those right now, actually. One of them is to our events page, which is what I'm talking about right now. The next one is our link tree where you can follow us on social media. And the next one is the bookshop, both of which I will talk about in a second. But please do check out those links. So our live events, including the virtual conference. So obviously this one is live streamed, and a lot of our events are live streamed on our social media platforms, including Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. But we do also have reading groups during January, which are the winter ones, and then over the course of the summer, which are private Zoom sessions. This was one of the first projects ever with Sasa. It's how I got involved in 2020. And they are RSVP only, where you then receive a live syllabus link with all of the open access readings. They're great discussion groups. This year we had 19 of them. There are still, I think, at least 6 or 7 of them open. So as the link in the chat goes to the events page, you can find them there to RSVP. They are some 3-week reading groups and some one-time master classes that are still open. So please do RSVP if you're interested in any of the topics we have left. So again, a little bit more about the reading groups. They run over summer and winter. And they connect those interested in the ancient world through a range of topics explored in live weekly discussions. Through this project, we aim to continue to open the world of ancient studies to students in high school, college, and beyond. Each group is led by a Sasa educational ambassador who is a dedicated PhD, or sometimes who already graduated, sometimes someone that is in grad school, specialized in the particular area of study. These groups have been very generously sponsored by the Gladys Kriebel-Delmas Foundation for the past 3 years for the summer reading groups, as well as from the Society for Classical Studies for the winter reading groups. So we are very grateful to those organizations, which give us the access to be able to pay our reading group leaders for the work that we're doing. These are a very popular project with Sasa. We get hundreds of people coming to these groups each session, and we really enjoyed the discussion. It's a great place to get resources and have a discussion about specific topics in ancient studies that you might not get to dive into with other scholars very often. If my computer will go to the next slide, there we go. The next live stream that we have is our monthly book clubs. This is your chance to pick the brains of some of your favorite ancient history authors. From nonfiction to fiction, fantasy, and reality, we explore the worlds of books which are set in ancient times, focus on ancient history, and help you learn more through the amazing descriptive imagery of the ancient world, as Judith was talking about her book earlier. These are organized by MJ Pankey, who is also an author who's been featured on our book clubs, and she's a volunteer with Sasa. We have done probably at least about 20 book clubs, which are all saved on our YouTube channel in the book club playlist. So you can go and find them there. Here's a list of some of the past ones that we did and a few upcoming ones we have. We also have a bookshop where you can find discounts on pretty much every book that we have featured. There's maybe a few that aren't on there, but somehow Bookshop has everything for cheaper, and we get 10% comes back to Sasa to help us keep doing these projects. So please shop at our bookshop, which again, that link I put in the chat as well. Another stream that we do is called Crewing the Ship, which highlights our Port Ancient partnerships. I think Leon will be on tomorrow to talk about the outreach team and the Port Ancient partnerships a little bit more. But basically, as Jan with World History Encyclopedia mentioned earlier, this is our partnership gallery where we have all different kinds of pages, platforms, podcasts, YouTube channels, publishing companies, and more that have to do with ancient studies that we find are good tools and resources for people to use and would be interesting to people. It's like really exciting. I already listened to a lot of these podcasts and follow these YouTube pages when we became partners with them. So it's great to see we're trying to build up this community of all different fields of ancient studies. And this is a great way to do it because a ton of people have very high quality content all over the internet, and we want to be able to highlight them. So we do streams that are about 20 to 30-minute streams introducing our partners and talking about projects they have going on. So you will see those on our social media channels, and you can find the playlist on YouTube as well. Listed at the bottom of the screen here are just a few of our partners that we have, some of which are streaming our virtual conference for today. Then we also have Archeo Gaming Live, which is actually its own team led by Dr. Kate Minetti, Alexander Vanderwalle, Julie Levy, who just introduced me, and David Serrano Lozano. They do Archeo Gaming almost every week. They're on a little bit of a break right now over the summer. But where they play through video games that have to do with ancient history, and that could be potentially used for teaching with ancient studies, which again, the Archeo Gaming education team will be on tomorrow as well, talking about our education modules. The Archeo Gaming live team streams on Twitch, and it's a little bit more of a fun discussion-based thing than the organized education modules that are for classrooms. We have an absolutely great time. We have played through many video games, at least probably 20 different video games at this point. This is one of our longest running projects as well. These are some screenshots from our Twitch page. These do only stream to Twitch, but they're saved on YouTube later. So please go to the link tree and follow us on Twitch and YouTube to find our Archeo Gaming streams. Then there's the communications team. We are responsible for everything you see on social media and a lot of the things on our website. Now we do have our own website team too as well. We work hard to keep our members and viewers up to date with Sasa, from promoting our live events, Archeo Gaming education modules, and access database, to updating the website and creating the Sasa Oracle, which is our bi-monthly newsletter, which is now also its own team, the InterOrgs team, because Sasa just keeps growing exponentially, which is great. But it's our job to make sure that the ancient world and everything Sasa and our partners are doing, we promote and protect ancient studies to stay relevant, intriguing, and fun for the general public. So we post on social media multiple times a day. A lot of times, as mentioned, it is about our other projects going on. But as you see here, some of these are our reading groups that we have over the summer, our trivia night, which is related to the Pictionary night, which you can sign up for. Intro guides is another project from the Access team that's introductions to different topics in ancient studies. So Sasa has a ton of projects going on, and we try to promote them all on our social media channels. Another way we do this is through the Inspire campaign. So this one usually runs over the summer, although it will be going into next fall. So it's an ongoing social media campaign that engages the public and their curiosity about the ancient world in a little bit more of a fun way. We do this by having a few different categories of things that we post about, including ancient anime, pop culture, ancient wisdom, ancient steam, modern roots to ancient words, which is etymology based. There are some ancient kitchen videos that are us cooking ancient recipes. And What's That Artifact is kind of like a game that we're going to be starting up again on our Instagram and Facebook stories, where you guess what an artifact is or where it's from. This team is led by Nicole, which I'm sorry, shout out to some of the other people, Samantha and Parthika and stuff, that their names were on the screen and I did not read it till just now. So where can you find Sasa? Again, the link tree is in the comments that I had sent at the beginning of my presentation. We post almost every day, well, definitely every day, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or X. We stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We post every day on LinkedIn as well. And we do have a TikTok account, although it has been slightly inactive, so check back for when we are more active in our TikTok account again. And that is kind of the end of my presentation, trying to keep it short so we can move on as scheduled to the next presentations. Yes, I guess calling back to Julie.
Thank you so much, Lauren. So yes, if you do want to check out any of those great programs, we are doing stuff all the time, and Lauren is at the heart of making sure all of it runs.
Trying my best.
All right, if you would turn off your video, please.
Bye,
Thank
guys.
you. All righty. So with that, I'd like to bring us around to introducing our second session. Bear with me a moment while I get my screen shared. So our session 2 is mythology and religion over time. So the stories that we tell about our own cultures from our myths and our religions change and view their own histories as time passes. Everywhere from Tang China to late antique Rome, from Athens to Alexandria, our panelists' research puts us in the shoes of those who are learning and discussing their own pasts through mythological and religious lens. Now, in just a moment, we will have our first presenter, Justin Winslet. Justin is a scholar with an extensive experience in higher education in the UK, having held posts at the universities of Cambridge, Oxford, Manchester, and Sheffield. His research focuses primarily on the supernatural and extra-human in texts and material culture in China's early empires, roughly the first millennium CE, and has been published in a number of scholarly works on the subject, most recently having contributed to a co-authored book, The Spiritual Geography of Early China. A devoted teacher, Justin has taught numerous classes related to to classical Chinese and pre-modern East Asia at university, but has engaged extensively in outreach activities, working in local schools and even traveling to overseas programs in Thailand, Indonesia, and China to provide education on pre-modern Asia. His paper is titled The History of the Strange, the Emergence of an Historical Consciousness in Tang Tales. Justin, if you would, please go ahead and share your screen and you may begin. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There we are. All right, that should be shown. Okay, well, thank you very much for that introduction. So yes, basically this talk, as stated, the title of the talk, The History of the Strange, the Emergence of an Historical Consciousness in Tang Tales, basically is going to talk a bit about how basically what we can understand as an historical consciousness and what we saw, and I'll discuss a little bit about what we mean, kind of develops in the Tang and what we kind of see with regards to that. Now, those in the audience who are familiar a little bit with sort of China and Chinese history might already be very familiar with the idea of Chinese historiography. Indeed, the thing is, Chinese historiography is somewhat monolithic, let's put it that way, within the framework of particularly modern China and contemporary China. Modern China and contemporary China. And this is partly due to events that occurred in the 20th century. History, as a concept, became strongly associated with nation building, identity, modernization, also this and other things in China. It's also partly to do with the rise of social sciences in Western academia that also looked at China as a particular other and were exploring it in ways. Again, this isn't a talk on that. I'm not going to talk about the 20th century because that's the modern period. But basically, again, just to kind of frame it for those of you who may not be familiar, the idea of Chinese historiography is actually very well studied and trodden. Basically, within this sort of scholarship, there are three very dominant understandings of how we as modern people, when we're reading these texts, are kind of expected to understand the history that we see in Chinese texts. The first is that basically history is rooted on the traditions and conventions of a text called the Shiji, which is considered the very first sort of standard imperial history of China. And in fact, basically is the conventions and the tropes that it adopts and uses are then further adopted later on. Now, they are adopted, and what will be important for us is that they are adopted much more widely than simply within the confines of, say, what becomes known as imperial history. And indeed, imperial history, as we understand it, isn't really written until much later from the Shiji. The Shiji itself is dated to the 2nd century BC, but actually the kind of notion that it forms this kind of lineal history doesn't really arise until really around the 14th century CE. Now, basically, the second kind of point about how we are supposed to understand Chinese historiography is that history is very much the realm and the purpose of what's called literati culture, particularly that of the late imperial period, which is basically for China in the 2nd millennium CE. Now, in this period, people in China basically were to advance themselves, to be employed by the imperial offices. They had to pass what was known as the civil service exam. This exam very much just sort of shaped Chinese history, or, well, yes, actually pretty much everything to do with China at this time. And so history became a part of that sort of education and that curriculum to learn to pass the civil service exam. The purposes of history and the use of it basically was involved mainly for the literati, and for the literati to understand why they're there and what it means to be a literatus, as it were. Further, history was meant to be read as providing a didactic. Literati from this time would quote or cite or paraphrase or reference historical events or historical personages, and readers were expected to understand that there was some sort of moral lesson to be learnt from reading those. Okay. Now, as I said, this is very much the kind of dominant and very, very sort of staid way in which pre-modern Chinese history has generally been portrayed as being understood. However, many scholars, going back as people like Peter Bohl or Hilda de Weert, and myself included, will point out that there is one very salient problem with using these principles and imposing them all over across all of what we call pre-modern China, i.e. before the 20th century. And that is, all of these concerns are very much associated with the late imperial period. prior to the 10th century, the Chinese empires did not really make use of the civil service exam. There were examples of it, but they didn't really use it to staff their governance. As such, they did not have a uniform education system which trained and taught students basically the things that they needed to know to pass a civil service exam. Further, the literati were more associated with the aristocracy and aristocratic culture than they were with their own kind of individual group or sort of associations of people. Also, without publishing, which is also something that comes in after the 10th century, basically texts were not distributed widely or as widely across the empire. In fact, quite simply, they were very sort of which texts people had access to was somewhat random. And again, particularly today, although there is some scholarship in trying to understand how these texts work and how they're all associated with it, or how people got associated with them, there's still a lot of questions as to, well, who had access to libraries, in what capacity were those libraries established, what was in those libraries, etc. Basically, without any kind of uniform, constant culture and curriculum that culture expects there's the sort of the people who do know, the literate people, to engage in, there's no reason to presume that these kinds of what we call Chinese historiography really applied to anything before the 10th century. And as I will talk a little bit about, basically that raises a number of questions as to, well, what were these, how did these people understand history? As already mentioned, we, of course, each generation contributes and uses history and uses these stories and uses tales and uses things in their own way. And that brings us to basically the Taiping Guangzi, which basically is what I'm going to be talking a little bit about as basically one of the ways of kind of contributing to this question. Of course, as I just said, if before the 10th century, you don't have any kind of uniform curricula, you don't have any sort of uniform education system, then basically what is it that how did these people understand the sort of history or the events that came before them, and what did they mean to them? Obviously, there's many, many, many different types of texts to look at, but in my research, I tend to work very much with this particular text, known as the Taiping Guangzi, which is basically a large compendia of tales that was organized in the 10th century of material that came before it. It's 500 volumes, 7,021 tales. You can see that. Those of you who are perhaps interested in the organization of knowledge and the creation of compendia, just as a slight aside, these sorts of massive works where the knowledge of the empire is being gathered and put together become a hallmark of the late imperial period, even though this is all material from the earlier imperial periods like the Tang. And so basically there's quite a bit of research on that, though that's not related to this talk exactly. What's more important is that all of this information, all of these things that are included within the Taiping Guangzi, although today thought of as fiction, would have at the time been understood under the genre of history, or shi. They also rely on the conventions and the tropes that are found in the text, the Shiji, as I mentioned to you. And this is part of why the Shiji is actually much more important than simply setting up an imperial history, and in fact actually influences and provides for an entire genre of writing in which people recount events and tell their readers about things that are happening. Okay. Now, obviously, for this talk, I basically used a sample of the tales that I have worked with in the past for other articles and other talks. So that's about 750 of the tales. And just for your information, they basically date from the earliest are dated to the 4th century, the latest to 10th century. The majority of them are composed in the Tang. And that's pretty typical of most of the material in the Taiping Guangzi. So let's talk a little bit. I hope I'm still going well on time. I don't want to really go over. Let's talk a little bit then. I don't really have enough time to go into depth of all of the tales or tell stories. So I'll just kind of give you guys sort of an overview or the summary of basically what these tales and how these tales use history. So I've been told I've got about 3 minutes left. So let's basically see, well, how are they using history? The first thing is that actually the majority of the tales do not actually provide any sort of time frames or any reference to historical events or other forms of time. That's actually pretty normal. In other words, there doesn't really seem to be an historical consciousness. But a number of the tales, particularly from the Tang, do actually provide certain things. They provide reign dates. This is a very normal thing where they state the emperor and the reign, and then the reign. And they also provide notable events, certain events that happen. But what's very noticeable about this is that all of the reign dates and the notable events are from contemporary periods to when the text is written, particularly in the Kayuan era, which is basically 713 to 741 of basically the Tang. Invariably, almost all events that are mentioned basically are in the first 5 years of that reign period. Likewise, the notable events are usually related to the emperor at the time, Xuanzong, particularly when he had to flee to the southwest during a period of civil strife known as the Anlushan Rebellion. This is again something that's often mentioned. When distant periods in the past are mentioned, almost all of the texts mention basically the Three Kingdoms period. I don't have the time to go into that a little bit more, but rather than mentioning any other sort of time, there is a good 1,000 years of written material before the Tang. There seems to be a strong association with the Three Kingdoms period. There are also about 17 tales that talk about Siddhartha Gautama's life, the living Buddha, but these are often probably translations of South Asian tales, so they're probably just associated with with Buddhism. Now, like I said, I'm actually really running out of time. So I'm just going to then summarize. Well, okay, so I've just told you what we see, but why do we see it? Basically, what we tend to see is first and foremost is that time is primarily used as a framing device. It's not really used because most of these time periods are contemporary to when the tale is being written. They are primarily there to deliver an idea of setting the scene or the space. Oftentimes, the events mentioned have little to nothing to do with the actual events in the tale. One notable one is a person who travels with Xuanzong to the south when Xuanzong flees and turns into a were-tiger. His turning into the were-tiger had nothing to do with, obviously, Xuanzong's fleeing to the south. But the tale does frame it, and creating this sort of time period helps to explain why the protagonist is going down there. However, the obsession with particular space of time and the specific sort of realm, specific sort of like the Kayuan era, raises questions around omenology and also the other issue of the extrahuman and the strange. Time is not just simply dates or counting. Within Chinese culture, actually many cultures, pre-modern cultures, time is strongly associated with basically omenology, divination, cosmology, and astrology, which are often incorporated just naturally because they form how people just innately think of time. Many of these tales being set in specific periods of time, specifically in the most glorious era of the Tang, and the kind of period, a period in which strange and supernatural things are occurring, raise questions about how these people understand the various omenology or signs or role of the emperor. And yes, as agreed, this is a great place to wrap up. So I think I'll just wrap it up there and let you know, and then leave it for questions.
Thank you so much, Justin. That was really fascinating. So the Tang period is not something that I know a lot about, but I'm sort of fascinated by this idea of time as a mythological component almost. So I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about what that sort of shape shifting has to do with how we view the history, how they're viewing the history, rather.
hmm So I think one of the things, the first thing, as I was mentioning, is that I think actually the null response is part of this. What's interesting is they're not really viewing history in many ways. Like a lot of tales are very ahistorical. So I actually think that's very important that they don't have, there isn't this kind of overarching historical consciousness. When it is seen, and when you see this kind of sort of, oh, okay, the time frame makes things change. So the way this functions is that certain periods of time are very well understood as reflecting the moral virtues of the emperor. So time itself is basically the time you live in is good should the emperor illustrate good moral virtue, and this keeps things in order. If the emperor does not demonstrate that, things move into disorder. And so basically it's less to do with like the time itself moves into that, but rather the emperor as a kind of somewhat divine being makes the time in that way. What's interesting is that in later periods, when you mention mythology, later scholars will hearken to distant emperors or mythological emperors in the past who are supposedly so wonderful that everything was great. And this is used as an example of like time of saying, okay, we need to make our empire like this. Here, remember this emperor. This is not what's done here in these tales. They don't really do this. This seems to be a later sort of innovation. Rather, these tales seem to be really deeply concerned with the events that are going on right now and highlighting how those events reflect the kind of time in which they live, whether it be a time of order, disorder, the supernatural, or the normal, or the natural. And that seems to be really what they're kind of how they seem to be framing this sort of using historical events in this way.
That's really incredible. The idea of the supernatural as a shift away from our own times into the abnormative, the othering. Thank you so much, Justin. I'm afraid we don't have time for more questions, but if you
Okay.
do have any questions about Justin's paper or any of the other papers that come up, I do want to encourage you to put your questions in chat. Thank you so much, Justin, and we are so happy to have had you here.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is, is Karis Hughes, who'll be presenting a paper, Amazon on the Acropolis, the Mythology of History in the Athenian Imagination. Karis has a BA in Classical Literature and Civilization from the University of Birmingham and an MSc in Classics and Ancient History from the University of Glasgow. Their master's dissertation was on the portrayal of the Amazons in Greek art and literature, elements of which have inspired this paper. Although no longer a student, they are still interested in the ancient world, especially the construction of gender and sexuality, and are a member of the Queer and the Classical Organizing Committee. They currently work as learning support in a school classics department and hope to teach in the subject and enthuse the next generation. Karis, thank you so much for joining us. I'm looking forward to your paper. You can go ahead and share your screen. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Karis, but I think we're still not hearing you.
All right. Is that coming
Yes,
through?
now we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Okay. Do the preamble again. My apologies. All right. So good afternoon. Thank you again. Apologies about that. Today I am going to be talking about Amazons on the Acropolis, mythologizing history in the Athenian imagination, where I'm going to be doing a hopefully very brief exploration of the ways in which Amazonomichies, which are battle scenes between Greeks and Amazons, are used in Athenian kind of monumental art in the years following the Persian Wars, and the ways in which this kind of artistic motif is used by the Athenians to reimagine and recontextualize their recent history through mythology. All right, so the Amazons are a very, very popular myth in the ancient world. They're said to have encountered many of the Greek heroes and exert a certain fascination on Greek and Roman authors. However, for the purposes of this talk, we're going to be looking at one specific myth, the myth of Theseus's encounters with the Amazons, which is a very unusual, and I might go so far as to say quite a unique myth about the Amazons. The first reason why this myth is so unusual is that, unlike other sort of myths about Amazon encounters, which have artistic and literary evidence dating back to the Archaic period, this myth only seems to develop around the 5th century. It's entirely unattested before then. Our first evidence for the myth comes in around the late 6th century. This is when we start to see vase paintings depicting the abduction of an Amazon queen, often known as Antiope, by Theseus. These scenes are possibly inspired by the now lost epic, the Theseus, and in general come about at a time where Theseus's status as an Athenian hero is on the rise. His popularity is growing. And this may be just yet another woman for Theseus to abduct alongside his many previous mythical abductions. This then develops into a sort of a further association of Theseus and the Amazons, where we start to see the idea of an expedition against the Amazons in their own homeland in Themyscira. Boardman argues that some of our earliest examples of this comes from the Athenian treasury at Delphi, which depicts on its metopes Theseus's labours, Hercules' labours, and then presumably both heroes fighting against the Amazons. Now, Hercules' expedition against the Amazons has been a very popular artistic motif since the Archaic period, so it seems that the Athenians are here sort of inserting Theseus into a pre-existing myth, perhaps to sort of raise his status, to increase the amount of stories about him. So far, Theseus' encounters with the Amazons fall within the sort of normal bounds of myths about the Amazons, and mostly just seem to reflect a sort of Athenian need to put their own homegrown hero on par with heroes like Hercules. But this changes after the Persian Wars, because we now get an entirely unique and unprecedented development in this myth, which is the idea of an Amazon invasion of Athens. Our earliest evidence, our earliest definitive evidence of this sort of variant of the myth comes from 458, Aeschylus's play Eumenides, where he references in passing the fact that the Amazons were said to have camped out on the Areopagus when they invaded Athens, the same place where the Persians were said to have camped out when they did the same. Now, it's likely that the myth was already fairly well established by this point. It was reportedly decorating buildings such as the Thesion and the Stoa Poiolike, which we'll go into later, which were built a couple of decades earlier, most likely. And we see a surge in popularity of vase paintings like this one here, the lovely Gela Crater, which show Theseus fighting Amazons, presumably as part of this Attic Amazonomachy, which again become very, very, very popular at this time and probably reflect the appearance of this myth on these monumental sculptures. Now, the association between Amazons and Persians is fairly universally accepted by scholars at this point. The extent to which this particular myth is a deliberate reflection of the Persian Wars is somewhat more contentious. But I think looking at the way we can see this myth develop over time, it's fairly clear that the idea of an invasion of Athens by a powerful barbarian Asiatic threat appearing only after the Persian Wars is surely a response to these historical events. The Athenians are adapting and reimagining a pre-existing mythic tradition in order to better reflect sort of contemporary historical events, to project them back into the past, and to then use that mythology to contextualize their own present. Now, as I've said, this myth becomes incredibly, incredibly unpopular in Athenian art more generally, and it also plays a sort of a central role in monumental art, as well as on things like vase paintings. Its first outing was probably on the Thesion, on the sanctuary to Theseus, which was built to house Theseus's recently returned bones by the Athenian general Cimon, who played a very important role in the sort of later stages of the Persian War. Sadly, this does not survive, but we are told by Pausanias that part of its decoration was this scene, this Attic Amazonomachy, Athenians fighting Amazons. It was also said to decorate the painted stoa, or stoa poileike, which was built as a sort of commemorative monument to Athenian military success, and showed, again, Athenians and Theseus fighting with the Amazons. So this is associated with the Persian Wars, not only because the stoa was probably funded with spoils from the wars, but also by the fact that alongside this Amazonomachy, there was also said to be a mural depicting the Battle of Marathon itself. Both of these murals featuring very prominently the figure of Theseus in the Amazonomachy, of course, fighting alongside the Athenians, and in the Battle of Marathon, there as a deified hero alongside the gods supporting the Greek soldiers, well, the Athenian soldiers. And most notably, of course, the Amazons had a prominent place in the sort of decorative scheme of the new rebuilding of the Acropolis, led, of course, by Pericles. They appeared on the frieze of the temple to Athena Nike, Athena of Victory. Got here some of the frieze from the British Museum, where you can just about see the Amazons in close battle with the Greeks. And most importantly, they appeared on the Parthenon. Although now sadly much weathered, we can still just about see their appearance on the West Metopes. We've got here the best preserved one, West Metope 1 from the Acropolis Museum, where we can see an Athenian rider astride her horse. And they were even said to be depicted on the shield of the great statue of Athena Parthenos herself. They were clearly a central part of Athenian self-image in the wake of the Persian Wars. All of these monuments are associated to some extent with the Persian Wars, the Parthenon, of course, being almost the ultimate symbol of not only the eventual Greek victory being built on the site of previous Persian destruction, but also specifically of Athens's increased status in the wake of the wars, it being funded with money taken from the Delian League, meant to be used as defense against Persia. So I think the question I'm asking is why the Amazons? What about the Amazons led to such prominence, and what effect did these depictions have on how the Athenians sort of conceptualized the Persian Wars? Well, purpose number one is, of course, commemoration of the wars. By developing this conscious mythic precedent, as Castrota kind of dubs it, this deliberate parallel, the Athenians are thus able to project their recent victory over the Persians without having to do anything as blasé as actually put lots of pictures of Persians up on all their monuments. Using myth as a form of commemoration is a common Greek strategy, and this allows for a more direct representation without having to go so far as to actually directly represent history. It also allows them to mythologize the recent conflict. By creating such a close, almost one-to-one parallel with the Persian invasion, it allows them to draw comparisons with the recent conflict and to suggest that contemporary Athenian soldiers and generals are on par with, are of the same status as these ancient heroes like Theseus, a fact which is suggested most intriguingly by Plutarch's anecdote that on the shield of the goddess, here a reconstruction from Nashville actually, one of the Athenian soldiers was said to be carved into a likeness of Pericles. Very, very literally sort of inserting and associating their contemporary leaders with the ancient heroes. This is, of course, quite an important function strategy of the myth, but I would also note not one entirely unique to the Amazons. Scenes of battle with centaurs, with Trojans, with giants also feature prominently on monuments from this time period. As I'm sure anyone who's visited the British Museum and seen the Parthenon marbles will know. And these two can provide mythic parallels that allow this sort of indirect commemorization and mythologization. But the Amazons have certain advantages over these other mythical enemies. The first is that the Amazons were, to a certain to a very arguable extent, that's a very contentious debate in Amazon scholarship, were believed to be a real historical people, in some ways equivalent to the Persians. Creating this idea of an Amazon invasion then sets up a sort of a narrative of an ongoing, continuous conflict between Greeks, and specifically Athenians, and an Asiatic barbaric force. This then frames the Persian Wars as not simply a one-off, but instead the latest exchange of blows in an ongoing conflict, and thus stresses, of course, the superiority of the Greeks, that this was not a one-off victory, but instead merely the latest in a long chain of conflicts between Greece and the barbarian. It also emphasizes the barbarian threat. The Amazons come to be characterized by the Athenians, by orators such as Lysias here, as empire builders, as being driven by glory and high ambition in their invasion of Athens. In short, as being depicted as very, very Persian. The idea that Athens has been invaded multiple times by these imperialistic barbarian forces thus kind of stresses the need for constant vigilance. It raises the looming spectra that they've done it before and they may well do so again, and thus justifies the need for Athens specifically as the victor in this battle against the Amazons and the battle against the Persians, for Athens to take a superior position among the other Greek city-states. It justifies the need for Athenian imperialism and dominance as a bulwark against the barbarian threat, which may explain why the Amazons feature so prominently on the Acropolis, which of course is very much a statement by Athens about its new position in the Greek world. The other and potentially even more important aspect of the Amazons is their role as women. They are not just foreigners, they are female, they're women running around fighting. It's all very weird to the Greeks. Now, in the years following the Persian Wars, Paul argues, and it's indeed not the only one, that we begin to see the development of the Orientalist stereotype of the effeminate foreigner, of the barbarian driven by love of luxury and pleasure and greed. And by paralleling the Persian and Amazon invasions, the Athenians are thus able to effeminize the Persians by saying that they are no different to these women warriors. The Persian invasion is then characterized not as a military or political decision, but is instead one driven by these effeminate qualities of immoderation, of greed, of lust. The Persians are made out to be like women. And this is, formatting. This is also kind of further stressed by the Greek view of the world as one that's defined by polarity. We see this lovely quote, supposedly from the philosopher Thales, who sets out his identity in a series of 3 opposing principles. One of human versus animal, the second of man versus woman, and thirdly of Greek versus barbarian. And these sort of 3 sets of oppositions are thus sort of associated with one another. To be a barbarian is to be like an animal and to be like a woman. And by creating this parallel, this mythic precedent, every time the Athenians show that fight with the Amazons, they stress that associations of the Persians with effeminacy and weakness. And it also places the Persian war into this pre-existing hierarchy. It naturalizes Athenian supremacy by suggesting that just as a man is superior to a woman, because a barbarian is like a woman, it means the barbarian is inherently inferior. And this naturalized hierarchy, I think, further supported by the presence on the threat of sexual violence in the midst of the Amazons. Now, sex and violence already very much linked together in the Greek imagination more generally. Could do a whole other thing on that. It's even, we see kind of linked together when thinking about the Persian Wars. We have this vase here, lovely example, showing a Greek soldier sexually approaching a Persian who stands facing out to the viewer and says, "I am Eurymedon, I stand bent over." Now, Eurymedon is the name of a river where there was a famous battle, or a Greek victory against the Persians. So here we see the military victory being expressed rather euphemistically in terms of sexual dominance, which is also a common thread motif in the myths of the Amazons. As women, the Amazons are vulnerable to being eroticized, objectified, and many of the heroes who encounter them do seem to have, there are many sort of erotic, I don't even want to say romantic necessarily, encounters between the heroes and the Amazons. We've seen, of course, that Theseus is said to have abducted an Amazon and thus kickstarted his whole conflict. Perhaps more relevantly, we have the myth of Penthesilea and Achilles. As the Amazon queen, Penthesilea is finally defeated by Achilles, who penetrates her with his suspiciously placed spear. He looks into her eyes and falls in love, or if we're being more realistic, in lust. Military and sexual dominance are thus collapsed into one another. Amazons, as kind of Dowden says, are destroyed through 2 methods: by marriage, by being subjugated to a man, or by death, by collapsing these boundaries, the military and the sexual, it naturalizes the superiority of the Greek hero over the Amazon, because as a man he is viewed as always superior to this female enemy, which is I think expressed maybe most clearly in Lysias. Now, Lysias is an Athenian orator who also very much characterizes the Amazons as very Persian-like, and his conclusion to the whole sorry tale is that when they finally encounter valiant men, the Amazons are deemed by their perils rather than their bodies to be women. Essentially, that when they come up against a proper man, a proper male hero, their inherent inferiority as women is revealed, just as the Persians' inherent inferiority is revealed when they come up against the Greeks in the Persian Wars. So I see you coming on, so I very quickly conclude. In my view, it's fairly clear that this Attic Amazonomachy develops as a deliberate, conscious response to the Persian Wars, as a way to mythologize their recent history, to make sense of it and to recontextualize it. It allows the Athenians to reimagine the Persian Wars, to stress the importance of their contemporary leaders, to place them on par with their heroes of the past. It frames the conflict as ongoing and thus justifies the need for Athenian dominance and imperialism. And perhaps most importantly, it strengthens this idea of the effeminate barbarian of Persian weakness and tries to justify and naturalize that hierarchy with Greek men at the top and everybody else below. All right, I will stop there for questions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Karis. That was really great. We do have some questions in chat. The first one is there any evidence that there really were Amazons, that there was an all-female society of warriors? I know this is a fraught one, but it's got to be fun.
Okay, fraught. Great question. First of all, read The Amazons by Adrian Mayer. That will have a lot more information that I can give briefly. But in short, yes, there is a lot of archaeological evidence that in areas associated with the Amazons around the Black Sea, we do find repeated burials of women buried with attributes of warriors, with women, with horses, not with women, sorry, with weapons and horses, who bear evidence on their bones that they have seen combat. Now, they are buried alongside men. So I think the idea, Amazon myths are not the whole truth. There probably was never a tribe of wholly women warriors, but it does seem likely that there were tribes, nomadic tribes in areas around the Black Sea, where women were allowed to fight, where there was a position in society for female warriors, and that these real historic women probably led to the creation of these legends around the Amazons.
That's so interesting. So, given that framing of sexual violence, of only the quasi-mythological status of the Amazons, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how the Greeks thought about gender and sexuality more specifically, because we were talking a bit about the sexual violence and the sexual dominance, and how that compares to what we tend to think of now.
Interesting. I mean, the Amazons are very interesting to look at kind of what the Greeks think about gender and sexuality, because in a lot of ways they're almost an inversion of what the Greeks viewed as natural. A lot of accounts of the Amazons paint them as a matriarchy, as a society who subjugate men and maim them to keep them sort of inferior. So that there's clearly a lot of expressing of kind of, I think, Greek anxieties around the role of women in society, which allow us to sort of see more clearly what they did view as the sort of proper place for women. I think they're often associated with maidens. They're often said to be virgins, by which I don't necessarily mean sexually inexperienced, but that they are in that sort of stage of development where they're not a child, but they're not yet married. That they are that stage where they need to be tamed by a man. And in fact, some of the accounts do kind of refer to moments where the Athenians do enter into relationships with men as being tamed, as we might refer to a wild animal. I think it suggests a very sort of a viewpoint on a viewpoint that views women as something uncivilized, as I said, to be associated with animals that need to be tamed by men, and that if they are not tamed and sort of forcibly put into this societal structure of marriage, that they're liable to run off into the wilderness with a load of other women and start fighting men with swords. So I think they're very interesting. They speak to very deeply held cultural anxieties about women and how they thought that women should be put in their place, namely through sexual violence and through cultural institutions like marriage.
Yes, and that seems to have extended to effeminate males, as you were saying, in the Persians.
Yes.
So the distinction of that sexual violence seems to be more about role than about anatomy.
Yes, certainly. It's yes, about power and dominance rather than necessarily about that. And I think perhaps it is so prevalent in the myths of the Amazons because they dare to upset that power balance by being women who take on a more masculine role, and so they must be forced back into what was viewed as their proper place. But yes, I think it also really expresses the Greek idea that sexual dynamics are more about power than they are about anything else.
We probably only have time for a very short answer to this last question, but I wanted to come back to the notion of using a sort of past to build a present that you were talking about in sort of the monumental use. So I guess the question I have is, what would you say is the thing from the past that they're trying to take, that they're trying to use in creating this Theseus and the Amazons myth?
I think the thing from the past that they're trying to sort of take and to use is, I would say, almost a sense of inevitability. That because something is a part of myth, it's set in stone. It puts the world into a specific set pattern. By having this precedent, it suggests that maybe the Persian Wars was always a foregone conclusion, that the Greeks were always going to win because they've won against these other mythic enemies in the past. And I think that's why they're so interested in projecting it back into the mythological past, because it makes it seem more secure, more stable. It makes it part of a larger sort of overarching pattern with the gods and fates and all these other things that make it more set in stone, as opposed to a war that they very much could have lost.
Well, thank you so much, Karis Hughes, everyone. What a wonderful talk. That was really fascinating. And now it is time to move on to our third presenter in this session.
Hello.
Dr. Sarah Davis Leonard. Let me
Thank
introduce you. Hold on one moment. So Dr. Sarah Davis Leonard is going to be presenting on rediscovering the world of Cleopatra. She's a 14-year secondary educator with a PhD from Liberty University in American and European history. Her dissertation focused on the relationship among the resorts among the Appalachians, especially in Bedford Springs Resort, located in Bedford, Pennsylvania, and it's provided a common meeting place for Northern and Southern politicians and press as the summer White House for the Buchanan administration during the antebellum era. For postdoctoral research, she's been expanding the understanding of the turbulent election of 1824 and the incarceration of captured Japanese diplomats after the fall of Berlin at Bedford Springs Resort during the summer of 1945. In addition, she's served for the past 2 years as the co-county representative for Guilford County for the North Carolina Council of Holocaust. She works alongside fellow educators and Holocaust survivors to further education and awareness of not only the Holocaust, but genocide as well. And what a fascinating detour we are taking into the world of Cleopatra. I am absolutely excited to hear what you have to say. Please do go ahead.
Hey, thank you for that introduction. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you. I'm an educator, so we always have to have a PowerPoint presentation. So now y'all can see that. Let me pull that up. So education of Cleopatra, as the introduction said, my name is Sarah Davis Leonard, and I have a PhD in American and European history. And when you go into a doctoral program or something like that, you focus on an area, and the ancient world is one that is sadly dying, as that's the reason for this organization. So that's why I wanted to jump into this conference with the education of Cleopatra, because as a teacher, we know what goes into our students. And I know as a just finishing my PhD, I know what went into my education. And we can look to famous people like Alexander the Great. We know about, Aristotle and his teachings, and we can read what their teachers was. So I want to know, like, well, what did Cleopatra go through for her education? And as I found through the research, we don't know that much about Cleopatra factual wise, and that's due to the Romans destroying things, also due to her contemporaries being Romans, the victors write the history. And so things change. But what we do know is her culture. The Ptolemaic Egypt, which was started after the death of Alexander the Great, when Ptolemy the First, Alexander the Great's general, took over Egypt and continued the dynasty, focusing and talking about Alexandria and that role in the life of Cleopatra. And then not just her education, but her family and her children. So the Ptolemaic dynasty was the 31st dynasty. So ancient Egypt lasted several thousands of years, and they just incorporated all of the traditions of the past 30 dynasties, even though they were foreigners. So they combined not just the Greek culture of their heritage from being from Macedonians, but also the pharaoh traditions, the religious traditions, the intermarriage between brother and sister, and just continued that. And across the board, they were accepted by the Egyptians because, and one of the resources I used is this great book, Cleopatra by Joyce Tynesdale. And she said that it didn't matter if Pharaoh was a baby, if they were, quote, a foreigner, as the Ptolemaic dynasty was, but as long as they had a pharaoh, they were fine, because the entire Egyptian civilization resolved around a pharaoh. The pharaoh was in charge of the religious ceremonies. Those religious ceremonies then led to the blessing of the Nile and the flooding of the Nile. And then you also had the pharaoh as military leader. So also, because of the Greeks' influence from the Ptolemies, you have the Greek language being brought in, you have Greek culture being brought in, also Greek civil service being put in to supplement the Egyptian civil service. And we know a lot of that time period thanks to the Rosetta Stone, which I have a slide on in the next slide. And also, on top of that, you have the Library of Alexandria, which welcomed all the scholars of the Mediterranean world. And so you have this bright, shining center of education and Greek scholarship. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about just who was attracted to Alexandria, especially during the time, the latter half of the Ptolemaic dynasty. So the Rosetta Stone is one of the things that has allowed us to uncode and unbreak this time period and get more in factual evidence, in addition to the archaeological evidence. So we can have archaeological evidence out the wazoo, but if we can't read the hieroglyphics and understand what the cartouches say, which ruler is this, then it's all for naught. We can only make suppositions off of images. And so the Rosetta Stone was discovered during the Napoleonic invasion of Egypt. It's the lower half of a stele. The stele was much, much higher. Of course, as many things we have from ancient Egypt and other civilizations, we only have chunks of it, kind of like you think of Ozymandias's, the poem influenced by the big statue of Ramesses II in the British Museum. So it's found, actually the anniversary was this past week when it was found, and had been the part of a building and things like that, as many things in the ancient worlds are reused later. And it contains the first part, the top part is hieroglyphics, 14 lines. Then the daily speech was this demonic, which was 32 lines in the middle. And then the bottom line, which is ancient Greek. So they knew the ancient Greek. And then from that, they were able to do the top two. We can actually date a lot of things from the Ptolemaic dynasty. So we know that this referred to the ascension of Ptolemy V from March 27th, 196 BC. I mean, that's very, very accurate, very detailed, the date for that. And Champollion, who was a Frenchman, decoded it in 1822. Thomas Young, who was a British researcher, he had worked on realizing that the hieroglyphics could be decoded from ancient Greek, but Champollion beat him to it, and it was actually at the paper, well, when he presented his paper at a conference. And even though the French were the ones who really went into ancient, revived ancient Egypt through Napoleonic, the expedition in the early 1800s, because the British eventually won through the Treaty of Alexandria, the Rosetta is at the British Museum. And if you want to read more about the ongoing feud between the British and French schools of archaeology, this just came out in earlier this year, Empress of the Nile by Lynn Olson, and it talks all about how like the Temple of Karnak and all the temples were saved from the Aswan Dam, but also on how that had to lead to inner workings between the British and the French schools of archaeology, and how much their competition had descended. It all goes back to the Rosetta Stone and how one hacked it, but the other one holds it, which is fascinating, that how feuds start between schools. So in the breakdown of the Egyptian population from this time period, Alexandria is separate from the rest of Egypt. So in Alexandria, it was a mixing melting pot, as many historians refer to it, and it was primarily Greek. There was a Jewish population. We know that they wrote the Septuagint, and other documents were written in that time period. And then outside of Egypt, you had the lower and upper Egypt being comprised primarily of natives, and then being ruled by Greek civil servants who were then supported by native scribes and scholars. I just saw a recent news article that not scholars, but the scribes were used so much in writing that they actually, you can tell by their bones became brittle by how much they were forced to write continuously from surviving mummies. But in all of Egypt, no matter if you're Greek, Jew, or Egyptian, you were all against Rome. So this is just a breakdown of Egyptian society at that time period, which continued in the Ptolemaic dynasty. And when we say ancient Egypt, we're talking from, over 3,000 years of history, but it was the same. But the priests, of course, were always a very influential part of controlling the rise and fall of dynasties, the rise and fall of leaders. But in this particular type, you also have the influence of Rome and the Greek world. So, of course, Alexandria was founded by Alexander the Great after having a vision, which he quoted a line from the Odyssey. Yeah. And by Homer, when he refers to the island outside of Egypt, when Menelaus visits Egypt after leaving Troy. And in that, Alexandria was planned out, and so there's current excavations going on there right now to find the city of Alexander, going even past what we know of Cleopatra's time period. There's a Netflix documentary on Alexander the Great that shows the current ongoing excavations, of course, in addition to what's the current dig for Queen Cleopatra's tomb, which, if that were founding, and I was hoping it could have been found by this presentation, we would know even more about Cleopatra. So what we know about ancient Alexandria is from eyewitness accounts, from the Library of Alexandria, of course, that was sadly destroyed. But we do know a lot about the city, but not so much about Cleopatra's reign itself. And I have some quotes from historians on that. So in this melting pot, it's very diverse. And because of the Ptolemaic dynasty living in Alexandria, again, because they are descendants, inheritors of Alexander, also of the 30 dynasties before them, the population saw themselves as kingmakers. And when Rome tried to put Ptolemy, one of the Ptolemies, on the throne, the people killed him. The city of the Alexandrians killed him, because they were like, no, we choose who's in charge of, our pharaoh, not Romans. And that was underneath Sulla. So in the city, you have Egyptian and Greek cultural values coming together. So in Egyptian society, women had freedom and independence. There were women who owned their own land. They could get divorced, things like that. You didn't have to marry someone to live. That's the thing. Cleopatra, you were like, well, Cleopatra probably would have wanted to marry Mark Antony. Well, in her culture, you didn't have to marry in order for your children to be recognized. And also, again, you have that rich religious tradition that they had, and also the guise of Pharaoh, the role of Pharaoh. Whenever we think of Cleopatra, we think of her as depicted as Isis. So you have the Egyptian side, and then you bring in the Greek side, where if we look at ancient Greece, we think of Sparta and Athens, where in Athens, women had no role outside of the house. They were, raised to run the home, not much, if any, ability to read or write. Of course, not suffrage, they couldn't vote. But you also have this rich scholaric tradition that is brought over from Athens, from Greece. And so that's all combined in one city. And the Cleopatra is really a product of that. So this is again from this excellent book by Joyce Tisdale on Cleopatra. She said that her reign has yielded fewer papyri than the early Ptolemaic reigns, and which is due to the high water table. So we have really no papyrus primary resources evidence from that time period. So therefore, it is very, very hard for us to actually decode what happened in her life. So we have to take what we do have sometimes with a grain of salt, because of the almost propagandic view that Romans took towards Cleopatra during her life and especially after her death. So again, in her lifetime, we're not even sure what her birth date is, because the way they would date things is based on the date of the reign, and Cleopatra was a middle child. She wasn't the eldest. And so there's a lot, even that confusion, just obscurity of her origins. Well, I had a beautiful video here. I said I didn't want to come over, but if you are ever looking for, especially if you want to interest children in history and such, Horrible Histories, which is done by a British TV show, they do music videos, and they had a great one on Cleopatra, which they talked about in 2 minutes all the factual stuff we know about with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony and stuff. But here are the historians and the primary resources that we can look to get mentions of Cleopatra. Plutarch, who wrote a century later, was very negative about Cleopatra, but he did give us some factual evidence, such as same saying as Cassius Dio, which is even 2 centuries later. Cicero would observe Cleopatra when she lived in Rome. Even the time period that she lived in Rome before Julius Caesar's assassination is questionable. Was she there 2 years? Was she there for a few months and then went back to Egypt and then came back? Even that's questionable. So we do have an eyewitness from Cicero, and Cicero was not too happy with Julius Caesar. Therefore, he's not going to be too happy with Cleopatra. Caesar, who we know spent a lot of time with Cleopatra, he doesn't even really talk about her in his own papers. And now, of course, not everything from this time period survives. We know that, whenever someone would supplant another person, they would raid the archives and destroy resources. Of course, the Library of Alexandria has been burned. Strabo, who did live during the time period, does credit Cleopatra with her intelligence, which Plutarch also verifies. And then Josephus, who writes after Cleopatra, but is influenced by writers from her time period and observers of her reigns, and not only just in Egypt, but also in Herod. He worked for Herod he wrote on Herod the Great's reign. He hated Cleopatra over her supposed treatment of the Jews in Alexandria, which has later kind of been debunked. So even images of Cleopatra, which may give us evidence, maybe hints about her education in childhood, don't even really exist. There's a few busts, but they're disputed. This is the only one that's in Rome that can be credited to, like, this is Cleopatra, in addition to coins. But then even coins, you can get into what view was she trying to put on? Was she trying to be an imitator of her father? Was she trying to be a masculine in a masculine world? Was she trying to be like Isis and show her connection with Caesarion? It's just all different things. So this is one clear view that we have of what she looked like. And as we get further away from Cleopatra, our view of her even gets more clouded, because you can look to Shakespeare, you can look to George Bernard Shaw's images of Cleopatra, and that's what the modern world thinks of her today. So in her time period, there was a Library of Alexandria where every time someone came into the city, they would have, if they had any scrolls with them, they were immediately seized and copied, and then the copy was given back to the person. They kept the original, and then they were translated and studied. So we know that she knew at least Greek, Hebrew, Egyptian, Persian, and Latin, not only read them, but spoke them. Now, Plutarch doesn't mention Latin in his quote when he's talking about Cleopatra's knowledge. But that may be because he assumed anyone who was scholarly or, civilized spoke Latin. But it's impressive the number of languages that she spoke, many of them rare. She was also the first pharaoh to actually learn the language of her people, hieroglyphics. And she used those to her advantage. So her tutor was Philostratus. He was known for his philosophy, rhetoric, and oratory. We know she spoke 7 languages at least. More than that, she probably read several of them. Her model that she modeled herself after was Mithridates VI, the Great of Pontos, who was credited with 22 languages. And though there is evidence of her handwriting, which is disputed, scholars believe that she may have wrote cosmetics that she may have, given back to the academic world by writing on medicine. She did support some healing temples. And Galen, the physician, talks about 6 different sections of her works. And so that's how that has survived to modernity. Now, her siblings, her older brother didn't get the same education, which is interesting. Maybe it's because Cleopatra was a go-getter, had a growth mindset. While her younger brother, we know, was controlled by his tutor, which led to his downfall. But the thing is, she had an intellectual court, and that can be seen through her children. And not only do, of course, the twins survive her, but Nicholas of Damascus, who had studied at the Library of Alexandria and had tutored her children, when the children are taken to Rome in the Great Triumph, that the twins are, he follows them to Rome. And we know that their paths intersected with Cleopatra Selene. And so it can almost be seen that with his guidance and the education she received in her mother's court, then that was modeled in her reign with Juba and Mauritania, which continued the legacy of her mother, and just not her mother, but her whole entire dynasty of the Ptolemies. So what we can see from her is, even though the facts are very, very mired in speculation, assumptions, we can see that she had a growth mindset. She traveled the Mediterranean world. She saw that education was a key to power. She saw education led to languages, and she could see, hear people and understand people in their own tongue, because things do get lost in translation. Very similar to what Elizabeth I did. And that allowed her to be one of those people that we remember still today because of the great strides that she took in order to put herself on the power stage and also create, a lasting legacy that we still talk about today. Let me stop my share.
Thank you so much. So we do have some questions from chat. The first is about dynastic names. The name Cleopatra is such a fascinating topic because it does run through family lines, right? So, like you were mentioning, Cleopatra and her daughter, Cleopatra Selene. So I wonder if you can sort of talk about where in the history of that naming scheme, the Cleopatra that we're discussing, falls.
And so she was the seventh. Her mother, even that is a speculation. Like, who was her mother? Because there's evidence of a Cleopatra before her, and they're not sure. In this book by Joyce Tysdell, she breaks it down even to, so we're talking about all the different Cleopatras, that can get very, confusing. But maybe looking at culturally, ethnically, where did they come from? Because sometimes the queens would be in reference to what monarch they were with. If they were like a sister wife or the mother of a monarch, then that would be the way they would list them. But the Cleopatra before her just kind of disappears. And so they're not sure if that's because she was a lesser wife. Was she a marriage from another country? Was she native? They're not sure. And by, reinforcing the dynasty of, Cleopatra I, Cleopatra II, and all that, it's just like we do with, monarchs today, where it's Charles III, because you're reinforcing that you are inheriting the family line, the family tree. And it's so interesting that the women did it, and there are so many, like, are the only probably longest dynasty that we could talk about would be the British monarchy, and there's never been, is Elizabeth II, or Mary III. That's how far they've ever gotten the female lines. And so to have that number of succession showed, again, the inheriting of all the 30 dynasties beforehand, but also set that precedence of strong female pharaohs. And that's why I used the background that I did of Nefertiti statue and everything like that, because we recognize that as, oh, hey, powerful female pharaoh. Now, would have Cleopatra have known all that? Probably not as much, because we know that after their deaths, their memories were expunged. But they did know that there was a powerful line of female pharaohs who could rule in their own right and had ruled in their own right.
So you mentioned the sort of expunging of records, but we do clearly have some knowledge of this. So can you talk about what Cleopatra, as a highly educated woman, might have known about the legacy of Nefertiti, the legacy of prior queens and pharaohs, as they relate to her position in the late stages of Egypt as its own power?
So I think the first thing we can look at is the temples and the scenes depicted on the temples, because that was one thing that even Cleopatra, there's one, I believe it's in Karnak, that we still have her on a temple because it's so high up they couldn't get to it. And so there are still clues. This is, again, I keep drawing comparisons to British monarchy, but it's like Henry VIII tried to expunge everything of Anne Boleyn, but a few of her symbols survived because they were so far up. There's like, or they missed it. And so there's the same thing in ancient Egypt. She could read the language, so she could read and understand, like any of her predecessors in her own dynasty. read the history of the people who came before. We know she traveled immensely throughout ancient Egypt. She traveled down the Nile with Julius Caesar and other types, but also it was important for the pharaoh to be seen outside of Alexandria, to visit Memphis, to go through, to also because the priests were so powerful. So all that came together to where she could actually take advantage of not just the symbolism, but she could actually be like, draw connections, and they did. And her naming, she, Philopator, the daughter, trying to embrace what her father was known for. And so she really worked heavily on that symbolism, not just within Egypt, but within the Mediterranean world, of the role of a female pharaoh.
Yeah, you mentioned something there that I think is really interesting to bring up. You said that unlike her predecessors within her dynasty, she could read the local language. So I guess I want to ask you about the relationship of the Ptolemaic dynasty to the Egyptian population. And I don't know how much you want to get into that. We only have a couple minutes left, but wherever you want to take that is great.
So they were removed from the populace, especially because they set up shop in Alexandria, unlike the previous pharaohs when we think of Memphis or Thebes. When you think of, the Valley of the Kings, the pyramids, that's a totally different time period. And those existed, right? The Valley of the Kings and Queens, which in, again, this book, Empress of the Nile by Lynn Olson, the French archaeologist actually argues that the Valley of the Queens and Kings should be named Valley of the Children, because of how many what they're finding in that archaeological rich valley. So they were removed from the populace, the local populace. Yes, Alexandrians were unique. Yes, there were Egyptians and there were Greeks and there were Jews living there, but they weren't the normal farmer on the Nile River. And again, that's what almost the whole career of the French archaeologist I mentioned earlier was looking at the burial ceremonies and things and seeing like what was the actual life of the Egyptian peasant or farmer or what have you, scribe was like. And that was something that's really only been done in the last 60 years. And so they were removed from that. Yes, they were adored and by the people, but that was because of their image. It was centered to their civilization and reinforced by the priest and the ceremonies that they went through, and also the coinage and all the trappings. They were very big into displays and things like that. So the common, person living on the Nile River, would have seen the pharaoh, several times a year throughout the thing, but there would not have been a connection between the two. Unlike in previous years when pharaohs had to do, testaments of strength and run races and things like that. That was it was a shift in the practices of, living within the people like they did before the 1 through 30th dynasty, not the 31st.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sarah. That was a lovely talk. We got a lot of chatter going in chat. I am unfortunately going to have to move us on. We have our next paper. Thank you all so much in chat. We are having a great time with your questions. Do please keep it civil in the chat. And now it is time for our next presenter, Paul Snow. Paul, I'm going to introduce you just a bit.
Thank you. Hello, I'm coming through.
Yes.
Okay.
So our next presenter, Paul Snow, is going to be talking to us about conflicting representations of the Christian past. Maximinus II versus Eusebius of Caesarea. Caesarea? I'm sorry, I actually don't know what the English pronunciation of that word is. Caesarea. So Paul is semi-retired these days, but he continues to offer fine handcrafted databases and statistical items for a discerning clientele from his workshop in central New Hampshire. Paul researches the formal management of inference and decision by people and machines. During his more active research career, he developed a survival semantics for expected utility decision-making, probabilistic semantics for unprobabilistic calculi like possibility, necessity, and non-monotonic logics, and a linear programming game theoretic semantics for Zada logic. In recent years, Paul has combined his background in normative reasoning about evidence with his lifelong interest in the imperial Roman affairs to ponder some tractable open questions about Christianity from its origins through the 4th century. Paul, we are delighted to have you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Now let's see if we can share here. And with luck. Hello. And more luck. Hello. Okay, let's try it this way. View and full screen mode. Come on, why don't you work? There we go. All right. This is why they burned witches. Thank you, Julie. This talk is about how two prominent figures from the early 4th century of the Common Era looked back upon Jesus and the first generation of Christian apostles who had been active approximately 250 years earlier. One of the antagonists was a Christian bishop and historian, Eusebius of Caesarea. Pick any pronunciation you like. All the native speakers are dead. And the other was a pagan co-emperor, Maximinus Daza, who is also called Maximinus II, who tried to rid his domain of Christianity. Each side brought forth suspicious documents to support their position with propaganda. The main concern of the presentation will be how Eusebius reacted to Maximinus's publication of a previously unknown scandalous official report supposedly written by Pontius Pilate. What better response could there have been than to put forward a flattering letter to Jesus from a neighboring king, along with the letter which Jesus himself wrote in reply. Got many buttons to push here. The main question is, why did a scholarly bishop who presented himself to the world as a serious historian try to refute one forgery with another forgery? Of course, nobody can read anybody else's mind, but maybe we can recover some context, and if not completely explain what happened, then at least shed some light on this curious incident of ancient historical malpractice. We'll begin with a look at what relevant historical working materials have been available to scholars at different times. We'll compare what is available to us today with the sources that were used in a famous early debate, which was heated but honestly argued, between the pagan philosopher Celsus, who wrote in the later half of the 2nd century, and the Christian apologist Origen, who answered Celsus about 75 years later in the middle of the 3rd century. The evaluation of Eusebius's effort to refute Maximinus will highlight his options based on the raw materials that were likely available to him and the rhetorical vulnerabilities of Maximinus's case. We'll also look at the other elements of Eusebius's rebuttal besides his promotion of a forgery. While avoiding mind reading, there are some things to be said about the tactical choices that Eusebius made in this situation and how those choices reflect his plan for his entire magnum opus entitled The Church History, of which the refutation of Maximinus is a part. In this talk, I'll distinguish informally between history and traditions, based on the relative amount and quality of sources bearing on their truth. The word history will refer to well-sourced information about the past as opposed to poorly sourced or unsourced stories, which I'll call traditions. And I'll also call written material that falsely represents its authorship forgeries. When people have questions about the past, then stories will plausibly emerge to answer their questions. Ideally, those stories would be reliable history. However, if reliable, responsive history is scarce, then less well-sourced traditions may appear to fill the vacancy. Perhaps several incompatible traditions will compete with one another to answer the same questions differently. Written corroboration can enhance the credibility of traditions, which provides a motive for forgery. But just as there can be competing traditions, forgeries can compete with each other too. And one especially impressive type of forgery mimics an official government document, but official documents too can contradict one another and misrepresent history. Maximinus and Eusebius furnish two fine examples of this. Let's begin with the raw materials from which reliable historical arguments might be crafted. The sources that are available to us today tell us that Christianity began in Palestine during Pontius Pilate's time as Roman prefect in Judea. That was between the years 26 and 36 or 37 of the Common Era. We have nothing firsthand from the ministry of Jesus himself, but we do have some letters of a well-traveled first-generation apostle named Paul, or Saul, of Tarsus. He was active perhaps from the 30s into the 60s of the first century. The earliest secondary material for those years is largely devotional, especially the Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles, possibly supplemented by a few brief secular notices of the Christian movement. Of special secular prominence are a few paragraphs from Josephus's Antiquities and from Tacitus's Annals, each of whose authenticity as a source for Christian history is disputed. We don't know whether there ever was substantially more source material preserved from the apostolic generation. If there was, then much of it could easily have been lost when the Romans sacked the city of Jerusalem in 70 CE. Anything kept in Jerusalem which had survived that catastrophe would also need to survive the second Roman destruction of the city in the year 135 in order to reach later users. So the more decorous debate. Based on Origen's seemingly detailed rebuttal of Celsus's anti-Christian book, The True Word, there's little indication that much of anything factual about the very beginning of Christianity did survive into the second or third centuries beyond what we have today. Throughout much of their debate, Origen and Celsus concerned themselves with philosophical and theological issues rather than history, but sometimes they argued about their differing interpretations of the careers and moral character of Jesus and his disciples. Both sides used the Gospels for their factual foundations, but both sides had reservations about the Gospels' reliability. Celsus remarked upon factual inconsistencies among the Gospels, and Origen discussed this same problem in another work, his commentary on the Gospel of John. Origen concluded there that the factual accuracy of the early Christian literature suffered because its authors were more concerned with spiritual truth than with literal history. And rightly so, in Origen's view. Celsus reached a similar conclusion about the historical value of the Gospels, but he attributed it to the authors being scoundrels. With the bulk of the available source material thus discredited, both sides turned to trading traditions. For instance, contrary to what is believed today, Origen and Celsus agreed that Jesus's disciples or their close associates wrote the Gospels. This is an example of a traditional belief filling a gap in the historical records. The Gospels don't say who wrote them. Yet even a non-Christian like Celsus came to accept traditions about the author's biographies within a century of the Gospel's appearance. Celsus also observed that oral biographies of Jesus were circulating within Jewish communities, which contradicted the supposedly eyewitness Christian Gospels, which would be an example of competition among incompatible traditions. Enter Maximinus. Moving forward about 2 generations from Origen and coming to the year 311, this map shows the territories of the 4 co-emperors who were in power shortly before Maximinus began his final persecution of Christians. Maximinus ruled the purple area in the east on this map, the provinces of Egypt, Syria, and Anatolia. And for trivia buffs, Maximinus is reputed to be the last person ever to rule Egypt with the title of pharaoh. Back to our show. About 8 years before, around the year 303, the Emperor Diocletian had launched an empire-wide persecution. That campaign would have ended when co-emperor Galerius issued an edict of toleration in 311. However, Galerius died the same year, and co-emperor Maximinus restarted the state-sponsored harassment of Christians. The flare-up of persecution was short-lived. Co-emperors Constantine and Licinius issued their famous Edict of Milan the next year in 312. Maximinus continued his own persecution for some months after that, finally ending it by his own edict shortly before his decisive military defeat by Licinius in 313. Maximinus died soon thereafter. Eusebius published about these events only a few years later, writing under the rule of the by then sole emperor Constantine, the Lord of the West on this map. It may be relevant to remember, or just tuck aside, that while Eusebius was writing, he would have no way of knowing that the recent persecutions of Christians by Roman pagan authorities would not be repeated during his lifetime. Both Diocletian's persecution and Maximinus's extension of it included the distribution of propaganda. The well-placed imperial official Socianus Hierocles helped Diocletian's effort by authoring a book called The Lover of Truth. In rebuttal to that book, Eusebius noted that there was little in it about Jesus and the first-generation apostles beyond what Celsus had written about them more than a century before. Hierocles did introduce the Pythagorean philosopher Apollonius of Tyana as a contrasting figure to Jesus, but that provided no new information about Christianity's earliest years. Maximinus's notable propaganda initiative was his intense circulation of a forged report, supposedly from Pontius Pilate, addressed to Tiberius, which cast aspersions on both Jesus and John the Baptist. Eusebius's church history is our only source for the existence of this document, which is widely called the Acts of Pilate. Some aspects of Eusebius's response to Maximinus are surprising. Eusebius provides his reader no specifics about what exactly pseudo-Pilate had alleged against John and Jesus. That's odd, because it would be reasonable to expect that pseudo-Pilate would have written something about John or Jesus that Eusebius thought was factually wrong. If negative opinion was all there was in the Acts of Pilate, then why would Maximinus bother to publish it or Eusebius bother to refute it? Both sides believed that Pilate had crucified Jesus. Obviously, Pilate would have had a negative opinion about anyone he had condemned to such a cruel death. Eusebius also makes no comment about the provenance of these Acts of Pilate. That too seems odd when challenging a writing which disappeared for more than 250 years, a document which suddenly reappeared with such amazing timeliness. Odd too that this blockbuster official report seems to have been unavailable 8 years earlier to the imperial official Hierocles, whom Eusebius described as having failed to improve upon criticisms of Christianity made more than a century before by Celsus. So what did he actually say? Eusebius organized the 10 books of his church history chronologically. However, even though Maximinus's then recent persecution was richly treated in its proper sequence in the 9th book, Eusebius places his rebuttal of pseudo-Pilate among the first century events in his first 2 books. That displacement is somewhat strange, given that Eusebius makes so little use of first century history in his rebuttal, and how well the Acts of Pilate fit into Maximinus's 4th century story. In any case, the slide lists the key points of the refutation. The paired asterisk mark places where Eusebius paused to declare victory. Eusebius's first main point is that the forgery dates Jesus's crucifixion to the 4th consulship of Tiberius. That was in 21 CE, 5 years before Pilate took office, according to Josephus's Antiquities. Eusebius somehow does not mention that all sources agree that Pilate was in office for Tiberius's 5th and final consulship in the year 31. That year lies comfortably within the range of gospel-based estimates of Jesus's year of death. In other words, Eusebius found a typographical error in a hand-copied document, and he likely knows that a typo is all he found. Eusebius then does a complicated alignment between Luke's Gospel and Josephus's Antiquity, which sets up his introduction of Josephus's notices of John the Baptist and Jesus from the Antiquities, which includes the notorious Flavian testimony. Eusebius is the earliest known witness to this brief writing about Jesus as the founder of a continuing movement. It is widely recognized as inauthentic, having either been heavily rewritten or else entirely forged. However, the most extraordinary feature of Eusebius's rebuttal is his discovery of letters supposedly exchanged between Jesus and King Abgar V of Edessa, which Eusebius says have been preserved in the Edessan official state archives. Edessa was a Roman client kingdom during the 1st century. The name Edessa can refer either to the capital city or to the kingdom as a whole, which was also called Osirene. The kingdom was absorbed into the Roman Empire in the early 3rd century. Shortly before its absorption, the Christian scholar and author Sextus Julius Africanus visited the royal court and studied in the state archives, apparently as an emissary of Rome. The significance of his visit will be discussed shortly. So just briefly, in the letter, King Abgar says that he has heard favorable reports of Jesus's ministry. Abgar asked Jesus to come to Edessa to cure him of an illness, offering Jesus political asylum in return. Jesus declines the king's offer, but promises to send someone to Edessa to help after his resurrection. That someone will turn out to be Thaddeus, whom Eusebius reckons to be one of the 70 disciples mentioned but not named in the Gospel of Luke. Thaddeus, again, according to even more records that were archived in the state archives, Thaddeus's mission was very successful. He cured the king, he converted a lot of people, he founded the Edessan Christian Church. If any of that were true, that would make Edessa one of the oldest centers of organized Christianity after Jerusalem. Finally, in a definite anticlimax, Eusebius's final rebuttal element presents Tertullian's story that Pilate really did write a report about Jesus, but the report was so complimentary that Emperor Tiberius asked the Roman Senate to declare Jesus to be a god. Eusebius tells this story twice. The first time prefaced with a conventional distancing formula that was often used by historians when they wrote about poorly sourced traditional material, even today. The phrase, people say that Tiberius did these things. Eusebius attributes the second telling, however, without any reservation to Tertullian's book, The Apology, as if it were an authoritative historical source. In the Apology, Tertullian tells this story without mentioning any sources. That is, Tertullian was writing about a tradition, and a doubtful one at that. So we do a little bit of evaluation here. There is some humor in the places where there were double asterisks on the earlier slide. Finding a typo does not establish that something is in a copy. It does not establish that the original was a forgery. And trumpeting Josephus's supposed enthusiasm for Jesus is no rebuttal at all unless you've introduced something in the document that contradicts that or that's controversial. Of course, Pilate had a different opinion than many other people. Eusebius's embrace of Tertullian's fantastic claim about Tiberius' attempted deification of Jesus is also humorous. The second telling, however, where Tertullian is treated as an unhedged authoritative source, is a little bit troubling. It overstates the reliability of this. And rather than humor, there is irony that the centerpiece of Eusebius's refutation, the letters between Abgar and Jesus, are themselves forgeries of official documents from a supposedly official governmental source. Mirror images, so to speak, of the acts of Pilate, which they purport to discredit. Eusebius could hardly have failed to notice the parallel between Maximinus's promotion of his acts and the Edessan Christian Church's promotion of these letters. And therefore, Eusebius seems to have consciously chosen to compromise his reputation for factual reliability, even his effectiveness as an apologist, to promote a doubtful Edessan church tradition. And this consciousness of what he's doing follows from the tactical situation that he's in. This remarkable step of avoiding any complaint about the dodgy provenance of the acts of Pilate now makes sense. Eusebius could hardly disparage the provenance of Maximinus's forgery and then promote the Jesus Abgar letters. They have the same provenance. And the provenance of the letters really are at least as difficult as the spurious acts, because Julius Africanus was in Edessa, in the state archives. He's an author, he's a Christian hero, he's a scholar, and he has no idea about these letters. Just couldn't happen. However, we must end on a note of grace. In his defense, Eusebius was candid in disclosing his intention to traffic in tradition. In the introductory section of his church history, he describes what kind of material he intends to include throughout his book. Eusebius describes his plan using another one of those formulaic distancing phrases, "it is said," that warns the reader that poorly sourced material is in the offing. Eusebius explains that he will transmit the important events from his church's past, the events which it is said have taken place, church traditions as well as church history. Say what you will, in the Jesus Abgar affair, Eusebius was as good as his word.
Thank you so much, Paul.
And if there are a few minutes left, maybe someone has a question.
We have time for maybe one or two questions. I know there was some chatter in chat asking about sort of biblical reference in terms of how reliably sourced things are. We're looking fairly far out for both Maximinus II and Eusebius, right? So when it comes to what they're presenting, do they make reference to the Gospels, and how much do they rely on that versus these sort of extra canonical texts?
Yes, well, the thing that people say about Eusebius, and this would also apply to Maximinus, is they don't really have anything else unless they make something up. So Eusebius made something up, this letter from Abgar and the reply from Jesus. If you read them, they're short, they're in church history, which is online all over the place. You'll recognize Jesus's reply as cribbed from the Gospels. And of course, Pilate's report, that is a gospel story, right? That he crucified Jesus, held a trial, made an investigation, and so forth. So in that sense, yeah, they are relying on gospel material in the sense that they have nothing independent of the gospel really to work with. If that answers your question.
Yeah. So that's really interesting. So for those of us with not much background in Christian theology, especially later Christian, well, later, but post life of Jesus, Christian theology debates, I suppose. I've really only heard of the Council of Nicaea in terms of details, right? So it's fascinating to see that this kind of argumentation keeps going about what's real and who has the authority to say it.
Yeah.
I wondered if you would talk a little bit more about how that fits into the larger picture of Christian theological debates, and just the tradition in a broad sense.
An awful lot of people are interested from a theological point of view. I'm more interested in the historical than the theological, I'm happy to admit. But a lot of people want to do what the earliest Christians did. And the problem with that as a goal is that for the what you might call the pilot century, the 100 years from he shows up in Judea until well into the 2nd century, is like a dark age. I mean, there's really hardly anything hard, fast, and reliable. The only picture we get about what Christians did, and I don't want to be shot for this, but is Paul, who's a working missionary, and to hear him tell it, what they're doing is fighting each other all the time, for from the 30s to the 60s. And if you think about it, I mean, you fade back 10 yards and you think about it, there's no particular reason for anyone to be in charge yet. Paul has discussions about authority. He certainly thinks he's in charge of his churches. But even there, just because he founded the church doesn't mean that everybody in the church agrees. So perhaps it took 100 years just to figure out, some coherent way to be a Christian. I mean, if you heard if we're in the year 50, you've heard the story about Jesus, you find that spiritually enlightening. Who's to stop you from going off and saying, well, okay, this is the way I'm going to be a Christian? In fact, I'm going to bring my family into it, and they're going to be the same kind of Christian, except you've got a teenage child, and the teenager says, well, I don't particularly like that interpretation of Jesus. Thank you. Who's to prevent that until you have like regular officers and organized church and something like that? Now we see that as you get towards, 100 and beyond, but we have there's no real reason to think that existed before then. And so I'm answering your question with it may be as chaotic as it looks.
Thank you for that. It's really interesting for a time when we are living in an era where there's a lot of popular culture telling us that Christianity is one fixed thing, to look back on these early days and see just how little truth there is in that assertion.
Plus, I mean, imagine now, 2,000 years from now, someone looks back on that of a, quantitative turn of mind and says, well, there were 3,000 Protestant generations, and then of the apostolic succession churches, there are half a dozen of those. And it's like, these people thought they were all one thing? It's impossible. So, maybe nothing has changed.
I often think that it hasn't. But thank you so much, Paul. That was a really interesting talk and a really lovely set of answers. I really enjoyed hearing all about this. We have had a wonderful, absolutely lovely session too. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. We have just had a great time with each of you. I know that we've got a couple of questions for other papers in chat. We'll hopefully get those answers back to you as soon as possible. And in the meantime, we are going to wrap up session 2 and move on to a 15-minute presentation from our fundraising team. They have been working so hard to make this whole organization viable, so that we can continue to do these conversations and continue to bring in such really interesting, disparate scholars on such disparate and wonderful topics. So please let me introduce our fundraising coordinator, Melanie Kotso, who has been hard at work on every aspect of what we do, backing it up and making it run. Melanie, please go ahead and take it away. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
Well, there's always that. Hello, everyone. My name is Melanie Kuzo, and I am the fundraising team lead here at the Save Ancient Studies Alliance. I've been a proud member of Sasa for the past 2 years, and in that time, I've witnessed remarkable growth and progress within our organization. Can you imagine a world where the timeless wisdom of our ancient civilizations is lost to history? This is the reality we face today as the availability and access to ancient studies declines within our educational institutions. As the study of the ancient world faces decline, we here at Sasa recognize the significant impact this has not only on academia, but also on our broader understanding of history and culture. Through outreach, collaboration, enhanced accessibility, and public scholarship, we at Sasa aim to ignite passion and curiosity in a diverse community of scholars, students, and lifelong learners. Our grassroots movements champions the study of the ancient world, inspiring an inclusive and engaged audience to explore the depths of our shared human history, and by doing so, we aim to preserve ancient studies. As a 501c3 organization, all of these things Sasa does and offers to the community relies entirely on our two-pronged approach to fundraising. The first prong is the grants that we receive for our outreach and education projects. Grants help us to fund our programs, such as our reading groups and Sasa's Archaeogaming education program. Over the last year, we've continued to secure several grants from organizations that have worked with us in the past, as well as granted new funding for future projects. The New Jersey Council for the Humanities has provided the funds for 2 new Archaeogaming education modules, and the Society for Classical Studies and the Delmas Kriebel Foundation have continued to support our winter and summer free public reading groups and master classes. Thank you for your continued support. We also have an exciting new partnership with the Wenner-Gren Foundation, who is providing the live Spanish and Arabic translations for this virtual conference. Thank you. Gracias. Shukran. On April 16th of this year, Sasa was awarded a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities. This grant will support Sasa's Archaeogaming education program, which creates modules for classroom use that utilizes the rich worlds of commercial video games with historical settings to help educators engage students in teaching them about the ancient world. What we do. The Save Ancient Studies Alliance is dedicated to improving awareness and accessibility to ancient studies by providing as many paths as possible to ancient studies. As an organization, Sasa has created a mentorship program as we recognize that many students interested in ancient studies might not have many opportunities to seek advice from experienced individuals within their fields. We set up our mentorship program to empower high school-age students with expert guidance in their exploration of their future education and career paths, while also providing them an opportunity to make connections and to develop positive relationships with experts in their fields. We also offer 3 internship cycles every year, providing hands-on training and professional development opportunities for students, giving them guidance while they gain applicable experience in their respective fields. Sasa has also recently added continuing education unit modules, providing free resources that are a vital measure in helping professionals in education retain their licensure. We have created an online resource database for ancient studies of free and credible resources for those learning about and researching ancient studies, as well as created an archaeological terms in translations dictionary where specialized terms for use in the field are being translated into an increase in number of languages, including Hindi, Arabic, modern Greek, and more. Sasa has also created introduction guides. These short lists are curated from our online resource database and are aimed at helping you to get started in your research on any specific topic in ancient studies. The Save Ancient Studies Alliance also holds reading groups where experts read in translation that are done over either 3 or 5 week sessions. And we host master classes, which are single 3-hour-long lecture sessions on various ancient studies related themes held by subject matter experts. We've created the Inspire campaign, which is a social media campaign designed to get teenagers and young adults interested in the study of the ancient world through engaging and informative social media posts aimed at cultivating a deep interest in ancient studies. We also offer archaeo gaming modules designed for middle school grade classrooms. These are complete lesson packages on various areas of ancient studies provided to teachers to help engage youth in ancient studies theme. And thanks once again to our generous grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities, we are able to work on creating these education models for use in higher education settings. The Save Ancient Studies Alliance regularly hosts Archaeo Gaming live events, which are live Twitch streams where field experts play video games and discuss ancient studies content. Our ancient fanfic collection provides opportunities for fun and creativity in the writing of fan fictions in ancient themes, presenting fresh perspectives on various areas of ancient studies. And of course, we have our Port Ancient partnerships that Sasa has worked to create with other ancient studies organizations, educators, and programs all over the internet and the world. All of these are free and open to the public because of you. The second prong of our 2-prong approach to fundraising is you. Your donations are vital to the operation of the Save Ancient Studies Alliance. Your donations help us to further our mission to garner support for ancient studies and to make education free and accessible for all who wish to learn. To make your donation, please visit www.saveancientstudies.org/donate. We greatly appreciate. Additionally, you can support Sasa by making purchases through our online bazaar. Purchases not only help us to raise funds, but they also spread awareness of our cause through our unique items that are available. And now I would like to share with you the exciting future plans of the Ancient Studies Alliance fundraising team. Our team's success relies on 3 key areas: engagement, management, and appreciation. Each of these areas is crucial for building a sustainable support system for ancient studies. This year, we will be launching several new initiatives focused around these areas. Beginning with donor engagement, we have begun hosting a monthly trivia night on the 3rd Thursday of every month. Each trivia night has its own ancient studies theme, and these events are open to everyone. We have also begun distributing a monthly engagement email that includes all of Sasa's upcoming events, has a spotlight on one of our valued Sasa team members, and has updates on all of our current projects. Next is management. We have been working on improving our database and developing a more sophisticated donor management system to track contributions, engagement levels, and preferences. This will help Sasa to tailor our communications and recognize our supporters appropriately. We are focused on creating a more personalized experience through personalized communications, such as sending thank you notes, event invitations, birthday recognitions, and other updates. Our aim is to enhance your donor experience and foster a meaningful and lasting relationship. And finally, we have been developing a donor appreciation program. At Sasa, we believe that education, knowledge, and understanding should be open and freely available to all. Our past is something that is owned by all of us, and we endeavor to actively share this knowledge with all communities. As such, Sasa will never bar or paywall access to education, materials, or resources. Finding ways to show appreciation for your donations without limiting access to knowledge has required some creative thinking. But we've begun hosting special appreciation events, such as the Pictionary Night we have planned for all donors who donate during the virtual conference, as well as a special roundtable discussion to be held with our founder and director, David Danzig, for major donors throughout this virtual conference. We are also now offering some behind-the-scenes events, trivia nights, escape rooms, and more that are available to our donors to show our deep appreciation for all you contribute. All of you who contribute a certain amount or more will receive public recognition on our website, in our newsletters, and at our events. This acknowledgement not only honors your generosity, but publicly shows your dedication to saving ancient studies. Looking forward, the fundraising team plans to continue introducing new and interactive events, such as virtual workshops and webinars, to further engage our community. Through these targeted efforts in engagement, management, and appreciation, we on the fundraising team are striving to create a vibrant, supportive community, keeping our donors informed and connected to our mission. Now, I'd like to ask you, are there any programs or events that you guys would like to see from Sasa in the future?
Thank you so much, Melanie. Everyone in chat, I would love to welcome you to answer Melanie's question either now or by writing into Sasa. You can write us fundraising@saveancientstudies.org. And we will receive your input. There's also a survey that I believe will be going out. If you donate, you will automatically be entered to all of these future fundraising events and invited, and you will get that survey as needed. So thank you so much to our fundraising team for supporting everything that we do. Melanie, thank you so much.
I'd like to thank everyone for their support and dedication in preserving and promoting ancient studies. Together, we can ensure that the timeless wisdom of ancient civilizations is not lost to history. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie. And with that, it is time to move on to our third session. I'm so excited to share it with you. Just as soon as my computer acknowledges that I can do so. One moment. There we are. So our next session is kinship narratives. Family and lineage have always been a huge part of how humans conceive of themselves and their own cultures and histories. So in this panel, Mythical Lesbos, ancient Mesopotamia, and Victorian England all converge on the idea of inheritance and genealogy as the past affects the present. To begin, I'd like to welcome our first presenter, Dr. Paolo Di Benedetto. Paolo Di Benedetto graduated in Philology, History, and Literature of Antiquity, Classics, with a thesis entitled The Foundation of Aeolian Chime, the University of Salerno in 2016, and he obtained his PhD in Greek history with a research project entitled Foundation Accounts of Aeolian Cities in Asia Minor, which is forthcoming. That PhD course is History, Cultures, and Knowledge of Mediterranean Europe from Antiquity to the Contemporary Age at the University of Basilicata in 2020. Dr. Di Benedetto is currently attending the second year of that PhD course in Historical Studies at the University of Naples Federico II with a research project entitled The Aeolus in Asia Minor During Roman Times. His research interests range from the history, historiography, archaeology, and epigraphy of Asia Minor in Greek and Roman times, as he has recently approached memory, identity, and representation studies in the field of historiography. He's participated in numerous national and international conferences on history and archaeology and published 13 contributions. Dr. Paolo Di Benedetto's paper is titled Representation of the Past in Mythical Traditions of Lesbos. Thank you, Paolo. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It's a pleasure to be here today. Now I'm going to share my computer. Just a moment. Okay. 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 Can you see it?
Yes, we're still seeing your view though.
Okay.
There it goes.
Okay. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to report in this interesting and worldwide conference. So my presentation today focuses on the mechanisms of representing the past, the traditions of ancient Lesbos, whose history began to take shape from the 7th century BC. Through the analysis of the sources, this contribution will investigate the accounts related to the archaeology of Lesbos and the way in which these traditions can identify the of the island and in particular of its main city, Mytilene. In the ancient world, the representation of the past is an elaboration built through the contribution of different basic elements of an ethnos or a polis community. First of all, the memory of an historical which can be framed in categories of space and time. Secondly, the perception and representation of these historical events, which can be represented in different ways. What holds these elements together is tradition, which is the custodian of the historical and cultural heritage. Therefore, memory, perceptions, and tradition create history. Part of this heritage are the accounts of the so-called archaeology, namely the elaborations, literary elaborations, which a polis built its origins through a filter that for us is considered as intentionale Geschichte, according to Hans-Joachim Gerke definition. These foundation accounts, mainly consisting of myths and legends, can be anachronistic or contradictory when compared to other sources, especially the archaeological ones, and could not reflect the true historical facts, but they represent the way in which a community perceives its origins at a precise moment of its history. My aim here is not to investigate real presences, in some cases attested by archaeological data, but to study the accounts in literary sources as kind of representations of the past. Having said that, before going on to examine these witnesses, we shall see on the map where is located ancient Lesbos. As we can see on the map, the island is placed in the Aegean Sea opposite the Aeolian shores of Anatolia, exactly opposite the opening of the Gulf of Adramyttium. The two most important polis are Mytilene in the southeast, which we can consider as the capital of the island, and Methymna in the north. The oldest archaeological evidence on the islands dates back to the 10th, 9th century BC, when settlements are attested. Lesbos was one of the most important Greek areas during the Archaic period, but its ancient history has not been deeply investigated. We'll begin our research by first considering the foundation account of the island. which dates back to the earliest Greek myths relating to the Athenians. The ancient myth history of Lesbos is directly linked to the so-called Aeolian migration, namely the mass movement towards Asia Minor, which involved several Greek ethne from Thessaly and Boeotia in primis, and took place after the Trojan War between the 11th and the 7th century BC. Now let's see the literary sources about the archaeology of Lesbos. The migration is represented as an Aeolian expedition from mainland Greece. It took place from Aulis of Boeotia, the same place from which Agamemnon's army departed from Troy, and was organized by Orestes, son of Agamemnon, and his Pentelidae, leading to the foundation of Lesbos. Analysis only the text sections of the sources that interests us will be considered. Let's read now the tradition reported by Strabo. It is said, in fact, that Aeolian migration is 4 generations earlier than the Ionian one. Orestes, in fact, was at the head of the expedition, but after his death in Arcadia, his son Penthilus succeeded him 60 years after the Trojan War. Thereafter, his son Archelaus led the Aeolian expedition. Then his youngest son Gras led the greater part of the army across to Lesbos and occupied it. Without considering the details of the account and the dynamics of the path that the Aeolians took, the Aeolian migration is represented as the succession of descendants from Orestes, Penthilus, Archelaus, Gras, who guided the expedition in order to found Lesbos. According to the account reported by Strabo, the Aeolian polis of Asia Minor and Lesbos too derived from the Aeolians' expeditions, which would have taken place in the generation after the Trojan heroes. However, as we will see, this version comes after the earlier mythical accounts of Lesbos, which can be placed in an age before the Trojan War. According to the local literary tradition, the archaeology of the island is articulated in several phases, which can be scanned taking into account 3 ancient texts. First of all, the excursus relating to the history of Lesbos, reported by Diodorus of Sicily, from which we know the 3 phases of the ethnic presence on the island. Firstly came the Pelasgians that conquered the island, which was uninhabited, and gave the name Pelasgia to it, which was already Sasa. After the universal flood came to the island Macareus, which is presented as the founder of Lesbos. Finally come to the island Deponius hero Lesbos. Let's read the text. When in fact Lesbos was uninhabited, it is said that the Pelasgians first occupied it about in this way. Xanthus, son of Triopas, who reigned over the Pelasgians of Argos, having come to Lesbos, which was uninhabited, called the island Pelasgia, which was formerly called Issa, after those who inhabited it. 7 generations later, after the flood at the time of Deucalion and after many men perished, it happened that Lesbos also remained deserted because of the flood. After these events, Macareus settled here. Macareus had within picked people, some Ionians and others who came from the other lineages of all kinds. At first, Macareus settled in Lesbos. In the time, Lesbos, son of Lapitus, having sailed with settlers to the island just mentioned, settled there and named the island Lesbos after himself and called the inhabitants lesbians. Then, the list of names reported by Plinius the Elder, which give us the ethnic and unethnic phases of the island. Very famous Lesbos, 55 miles away from Chios, was called Imerte and Lasia, Egira, Ethiopia, and Macaria. In the end, Eustathius of Thessalonica provides a series of references that complete the previous text. Once upon a time, Lesbos was called Pelasgia. and the other text, according to the ancient history, once upon a time, Lesbos itself is said to be named as Imerte and Pelasgia, as well as the same island was called Issa. We can observe that tradition of Lesbos preserves the memory of several names assigned to it over time, and that these names are ordered in sequence so to make up a chronologically ordered list. In particular, Pliny's list can be compared with the one that the same historian drew up regarding the city of Miletus in Ionia. Miletus, main city of Ionia, was called before Lelegeis, Pityusa, and Anactoria. In these lists, each toponym indicates a different chronological level, the first phase, the second phase, and so on. And it is linked to a different ethnic elements. In the case of Miletus, Lelegeis refers to Carians on the land, Anactoria to autochthonous ethnos, while Miletus is the official name. Only the name Pityusa, which means the island of pines, does not have an ethnic component, but seems to relate to a primordiality connected with the nature of the place. We can find the same pattern in relation to the list of the names of Lesbos, as seen so far. By putting together all these sources concerning the archaeology of Lesbos, we can say that the first inhabitants of the island were the Pelasgians, guided by Xanthus of Argos. This is the earliest phase of populating the island ever. This Pelasgian phase lies between two great eras of Erimia. On one hand, the phase of original desert and primordiality, in which there was no ethnic presence and the island was uninhabited. This phase corresponds to the names Imerte, Lasia, and Issa. And on the other hand, the phase derived from Deucalion's universal flood, represented by the names Egira and Etiope. The proto-colonization of Lesbos by Xanthus extends between these two macrophases for several generations, and it is the time when the island took the name Pelasgia. The sequence of metonymaceae provided by Pliny serves as a diachronic scan for the island's phases and for the ethnic phases that followed one another since the earliest beginnings. Therefore, we identify three main history of the island: Pelasgians first, Macareus then, and finally. Returning to Strabo's account about the migration, the foundation is assigned to Gras, Orestes' great grandson. This is an ancient tradition whose memory was still preserved in the 5th century BC, arriving as fake as the account by Strabo. The origins of a tradition linked to Pentelidae have a context related to the Archaic Age, in which the connection with Orestes and Lesbos were already known. Now we find that Pentelius is already called son of Orestes by the epic poet Sineto from Sparta, who was active around the 7th and 6th century BC. So, just a moment. Okay, wrote in his verses that Orestes' legitimate son, Pentelius, was born of Erigon, daughter of Aegisthus. This means that the traditions about the Pentelidae were known at the time yet, and that they were perceived as the founders of the island. This seems to be the most ancient tradition about the foundation of Lesbos. Among the traditions of Lesbos, we can find a which would have played a leading role in the Aeolian political scenario in the Archaic Age. Following the accepted chronology established by Pierre Kayleigh, this genus gained power on Mytilene around the first quarter of the 7th century BC. According to the reconstruction made by Santo Mazzarino and Kayleigh, there is evidence of sources from the century BC, around the same time of Sappho and Alcaeus. The literary sources about the Archaic Age of Mytilene show that the dominion of the genus of the Pentelidae was part of the city's tradition. As we have seen before from the local genealogy, we know that these Pentelidae were descendants of the founder Pentilus, who led the Aeolian migration. Sappho and Alcaeus are the only us with details about an historical context relating to the 7th century BC, which is difficult to reconstruct due to the lack of the further documentation. The tradition of Pentelidae in Mytilene is well documented, as we can see from the following references. In the first one, Sappho refers to the woman of the Isaac group in competition with the Sapphic one, probably belonging. In the second witness, we can see the word Pentile, which is understandable. It can be Pentilus. And the word Pent, presumably linked to Pentilus. The last witness is Stephanos of Byzantium, Pentile city of Lesbos. The inhabitants are called Pentilids, named after Pentilus. So the first attestation of 7th century BC, as we can see, led us to suppose that this genus would have created a link with the epic genealogy and thus assigned to themselves descendants from Pentilus, the head of the Aeolian expedition and founder of Lesbos. We can suppose that the Pentelidae, or a genealogist or a mythographer related to them, would have elaborated this tradition, trying their figures of Homeric epos in order to legitimize their power on Mytilene. This historical process is configured as a representation of Lesbos' past. As we have seen, traces of this kind of tradition would be found in the surviving verses of Salphus and Arceus. So we are going to conclude this contribution. In this part, something about the mechanism of representation of Lesbos' history and past. The aim of this paper was to show how in the various historical periods, from the Archaic Age to more recent times, the accounts of the regions of Lesbos have been represented in literary tradition. It was clearly not possible to delve into historical issues that influenced events on the island, such as the period of tyranny or the Sigean War. The case of Lesbos is an example of how identity and history are built and represented, starting from different accounts, but which are in close relationship with the territory on which they developed. The literary tradition has provided a particular representation of the island's thesis, which corresponds of the territory, starting from its origins with an uninhabited phase to the sequence of settlements by others and the foundation by Maccabeus and Ills. In Greek traditions, the Pelagian phase is often the one preceding the Greek foundation because it identifies a land held by a non-Greek or more likely a pre-Greek ethnos. The last segment is the one chosen by the community's memory to begin its history. This tradition takes precedence over the others and becomes recognized by the Aeolian area, and which allows it to interface with the identity heritage of the rest of Greece. It's a typical mechanism of foundation accounts dating back the origins to an epic ancestor and finding a place for the founder's genealogy, who represents the historical and cultural heritage of the whole community. This makes to go back to a greater to the Trojan War in order to legitimize the foundation and its own historical path. Trying to reconstruct the overview of the foundation accounts about Lesbos, according to what has been seen so far, we can outline an articulation of the ancient history of the island in 5 phases through the toponyms. The first one, Imerte, Lasia, Issa, represented as an regional and linked to primordiality, and there is no settlement of any people. The second, Pelasgia, this name shows the first settlement by Pelasgians. It indicates only the possession of territory, but not a foundation stage, and corresponds to the pre-Greek settlement. Third, the three, Aegea and or Ethiopia, the two names perhaps indicates filler account made by the Deucalions flood. In any case, they indicates no ethnic presence on the island. 4. Macaria. Lesbos is recorded as Macareus settlement, which indicates the first or alternative foundation account and identifies the primitive ethnic identity of the island. 5. Lesbos. The island is represented through the settlement made by the hero Lesbos and an eponymous account. In the sixth phase comes Pentilus, son of Orestes, who guided the Aeolian migration and started a new era. The Aeolians, led by Orestes and the Pentelidae, thus arrived on Lesbos last, after the earlier stages of the archaeology described so far. This is the second foundation account of Lesbos and the one that stood out from the others, namely the official tradition. The previous accounts attempts to date back to a time even earlier than the Aeolian foundation and before the Trojan War. Behind this process lies an attempt to arrive at an origin even older than the Trojan War by means of the inclusion of an earlier or alternative phase to the Aeolian migration. However, this attempt fails because the epic tradition imposes itself as the most widely recognized by the Greek world and thus becomes the representation account and the self-representation account of Lesbos' past. According to this scheme, the list of toponyms that correspond to the different phases of Lesbos history can be included within a diachronic grid, showing the different levels of settlement of the island, from a primitive state to the establishment of Pentelidae. Basically, each name carries the reconstruction of the origins of the city, elaborated according to the account that considers an ethnic component. We must also consider that archaeology are perceived by the ancient writers as a constructed history, and so it's a history, the foundation of the shared common past and local identity traditions. In this sense, the Aeolian migration represents the watershed from which the Aeolian history begins. This myth becomes the paradigm to which all the local accounts of Aeolian cities in Asia Minor will conform. To conclude, memory and myth in ancient Greece are fundamental in the construction and representation of history and past of a polis or a ethnos. Mythical traditions and genealogy often play an important role in shaping the past to emphasize antiquity or ancestry, as in the case of the Lesbos. They search from a shared common illustrious figure, which is proposed as the basis of ethnic ties. This is not a just mythopoietic process, but is part of an attempt to reconstruct a contemporary historical need, starting from genetic ties perceived as ancient, of archaeology in Thucydides' histories. In any case, when dealing with foundation accounts, sources are often conflicting and contradictory. It is not always possible to reconstruct the real origin of the cities from a strictly historical point of view, but more often that not scraps and fragments of a city's past. We can reconstruct only the representation of the past about a given city, which reflects the community's collective sense of identity in a close link between past, memory, and invention. This is the case of Lesbos, a charming island which has left memory of its origins that has been preserved for all this century until now.
Thank you so much, Paolo. What a lovely paper presentation.
Okay.
We just have a
If-
couple minutes for questions.
Okay. Thank you.
If you do have any questions, please feel free to put them in chat, and we will try to pass them on if we don't have time to get to them right now. But I would love very much to hear a little bit about so you've gone very in depth on the various layers of names that we have. I would love to actually hear your opinion on the outcomes of that layering in modern times. In the now island of Lesbos, and what it has sort of come to be known as is still retaining that identity, that last one that you talked about.
Thank you for the question. Well, I think that the name Lesbos is the ancient one that it is preserved in modern times, because in Anatolia, so in Turkey, we see often dynamics of rethinking of past. And I think that the name Lesbos is the first one attested. It is the most ancient, I think. The other names maybe are filler names, because in historiography, and so in some sources, literary, mainly literary sources, we can find often situations like this, as I tried to show Miletus, but there are other examples. We can see Samos, Chios, and not only in Asia Minor, but but also in Greece mainland. So,
thank you so much. I'm really interested in how the history of naming of the island interacts with the archaeological remains. Do you have a sense of the sort of the timing, because of the various settlements that were there in Miletus, in the various other towns around Lesbos? Do you have a sense of that kind of interaction, the material culture versus the nomenclature?
okay. I can. I studied Lesbos for much time. The archaeological data are different from literary sources. We often, when we try to reconstruct the history of a city, we can't make a combinatory system, because it is wrong. It's a wrong way to reconstruct historical context. Relating to Lesbos, archaeological data refers to Mycenaean era, of course, but when we find in sources Pelasgian names, when they are called some people as Pelasgian, the Greek think about their past. So the past is the past of a city usually is linked to Pelasgian phases, as in Ionian cities, in Aeolian cities, and in the Troad too, because there are some cities where we can find sources about that are related to Pelasgians, like Larissa, near to Troy. So while the archaeological data are different from this representation, so because there are two levels separated, and it is not it's unfair to make to make up reconstruction by archaeological data and literature sources without, of course, without studying the other sources as material culture and other sources, other data. But I was clear when I started the representation, because I wanted to deepen inside the literary sources that are different from archaeological data.
Right. What a fascinating thought, because we so often conflate those two things, the way we talk about something with the material history of it.
Yeah.
I'm afraid we're out of time for questions. Thank you so much, Paolo. What a great talk. We are now going to move on to our next presenter in this panel.
Just a moment. Okay, I interrupted the presentation. Yeah?
Yes. And you can go ahead and stop sharing your video as well. Thank you. And so now I am honored to introduce our next speaker, Dr. David Danzig, the founder and executive director of Sasa, who will be speaking about making history for posterity, the creation of ancient Mesopotamian texts for future audiences. David holds a PhD in Ancient Near Eastern Studies from New York University's Institute for the Study of the Ancient World. His dissertation explores immigrant identity and life in 6th to 5th century BCE Babylonia, examining groups of Judeans, Arabians, Carians, and Egyptians who lived in the countryside. He's currently revising it for submission to Eisenbrauns Publishers for publication as a monograph. He's also the creator and lead researcher of the Shenati Project, for which he received an NEH Digital Humanities Advancement Grant. The Shenati Project works to reconstruct the ancient Babylonian calendar with day-level accuracy. David founded Sasa in 2020 and has been our executive director ever since. His work in developing Sasa and building partnerships with like-minded ancient studies organizations has helped Sasa grow into the wonderful organization it is today. He wants to thank everybody who has volunteered in Sasa over the last 4 years, and especially those of you who have made this conference possible today. Thank you so much, and welcome, David.
Hi, Julie. Thanks for the introduction. I'm now going to share my screen, my presentation, and there we go. Can you see it okay?
Looks fine.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today, I will present the preliminary form of a method that I'm developing to explore such artifacts and texts in their future thinking aspects. I will discuss an ancient Babylonian case in light of my concepts. I'd love to have your feedback at the end of the presentation, or send me an email. The theme of today's Sasa virtual conference is Representations of the Past in Ancient and Modern Times, examines aspects of the concept of time, particularly in the relationships cultures perceive between themselves and the past. Connecting with the past is a large feature of social group identities of all sizes, as they seek to root themselves in the past. For example, groups of all sizes maintain a collective memory of events that occurred to them in their past, while a constitutive feature of ethnic groups is their conceptualization of their ethnic primordial history. For the historian and archaeologist, this is the normal point of departure in their work, thinking backward in time to understand some past in some place and some past time. Anthropologists have discussed the concept of time. For example, Arthur Gell examines the history of sociologists' understandings of time and explores issues of time and power. Anthropologists and philosophers since the 1970s have also engaged with time in a processual and phenomenological sense in terms of its perceived flow. These types of studies treat time as a social concept, but do not concern themselves with the directionality of time from the personal and social moment in the present that looks toward past or future. Anthropologists have also investigated history, or the concept of history, as a human social endeavor. Since Marshall Sahlins, this work has been mainly geared to understanding how societies change over time through a structural lens. Along these lines, Johannes Fabian's Time and the Other criticizes anthropological notions of time as a culturally relativistic anthropology, done by and for Western society and its adherents. In the past decade or two, there has been movement toward taking a more general approach to understanding how societies relate to their pasts. At the same time, some anthropologists have begun to think about an anthropology of the future. In 2015, an article by Peter Pels criticized anthropologists for their excessive interests in the past, saying that, quote, anthropologists have long neglected the future. In 2019, Rebecca Bryant and Daniel Knight investigate this topic, but from an individualist perspective that borders on the psychological. In my thinking about past cultures as an historian, I have come to believe that in general, society's thinkings about their future is equally important to their thinkings about their past. I would like to, not so humbly, describe this cultural mode with a new term, futurality, the sociocultural activity of imagining, preparing for, and connecting with the future. So just like past looking or historicality is an important feature of cultures, so too is future looking or futurality. They are both constitutive of identity and have significant roles in the purposes and motivations for activities on all scales, from individuals to families to small groups to societies. Much of the discussion of the future to date has been the purview of futurists who have approached the future in different ways. In the past 2 centuries, much futurist thinking has taken the form of science fiction that explores the impact of technologies on society and imagines possibilities of what futures may hold in this regard, often under the dichotomous positions of utopia versus dystopia. Scientists have also engaged with imagining, or perhaps it would be better to say, attempting to predict futures by extrapolating from current technologies and imagining possibilities beyond the current limits. A common example today is the scientific discourse on contemporary anthropogenic climate change and human ecological sustainability in the future. However, historians rarely engage with futures. In my experience, historians' work on the concept of future is limited to investigating pasts in which the future was highlighted as of utmost importance. An example of this is the study of the eschatology and apocalypticism in ancient Judaism during its Second Temple period. Within my notion of futurality is one subset of future-looking behavior that I think may be particularly important to the historian. I call it history making, the act of attempting to send information to future people via things and texts. An important feature of history making is the intentionality involved. This includes the collection and selection of what to send to the future and the choosing of a vehicle for the message that has some type of durability. One example of history making is the modern time capsules, such as the Westinghouse time capsule of the 1938 New York World's Fair that you see here. A similar activity that is widespread in the ancient Near East was the writing of inscriptions on stone by kings proclaiming their successes to the gods their contemporary subjects, and 2, the future. In order to explore the concept of history making, I have developed a preliminary method. It is based on the following 5 key points. History making is a regular feature of culture. It is not an atypical or abnormal human behavior, such as some might criticize those who engage in this activity very actively, for example, in the creation and sequestering of time capsules. Rather, sentience or self-consciousness inherently includes a perception of the passage of time, and therefore a concept of future. Psychologically, it is an activity of reaching beyond the bounds of the present and attempting to break the presentism of the human condition, to break out of the confines of now and connect with the future, just like with the past. History making is a part of a culture's futurality, as I previously defined. It is directly connected to culture's concepts of the future and how that impacts what they do now. It also gives a window into the psychological mood of the time, so that by investigating why and what information people aim to convey to the future, we learn about how they think and feel in their present. History making is a part of identity construction. Attempting to communicate with the future, meaning future people, is essentially constitutive of our self-construction of temporality and identity. It locates ourselves in time in relation to the past and the future. History making is temporally relational. The creation and deposit of objects and writings intended for long-term information storage is enmeshed in the time relationships between past, future, and present. And finally, history making is mediated by things. To understand the elements involved in such activities, I must understand the objects and texts used for history making in the context of the culture's concepts of time. Conversely, those history making objects and texts may convey an understanding of that culture's concepts of time. The method I'm working on consists of the following 7 areas of inquiry so far. Audience. Who is the target audience of the history maker? Practicalities. What are the practical methods they use to send information to future people? Goals. What do they think sending information to future people will do? Self-representation. How do they portray themselves to future people, intentionally and unintentionally, by way of the information that they send? Impact and efficacy. How does sending information to the future impact on their present? How does it impact on the future when we actually have evidence of this from history? Motivations. Why are they doing this? How is this part of who they are? And finally, concept of future. What is their concept of the future? As a preliminary case study in how to apply and begin to refine my idea, I figured it made best sense to select a context from my general field of study. I decided upon the cultural entity in ancient Mesopotamia of the building inscription, particularly those placed in what are called foundation deposits. In the ancient Near East during the first millennium BCE, temple building, restoration, and renovation were often driven by royal initiative and financial support. Support of the gods, including their anthropomorphic needs and glorious earthly abodes, the temples, were generally viewed as part of the royal responsibilities. Temple building was often reported by kings in their messaging as among their greatest achievements, on par with territorial conquest and economic prosperity. Their cultural logic saw a direct connection between those 3. This religious royal imperative was a cross-cultural, region-wide concept. Although the founding of a new temple was an unusual event, temple renovations were undertaken as often as every other generation, and oftentimes ancient Mesopotamian kings produced inscriptions upon the renovation of a temple containing texts classified by modern scholars as a genre called the building account. These were sometimes displayed for the public and sometimes interred within the walls or foundations of the temple. The Neo-Babylonian kings undertook a particularly energetic approach to divine to temple renovations. This formed part of their normal role in their being the upholder of the urban divine sanctuaries. However, they went further than might be expected. They sought to connect their hegemonic regime to the old Mesopotamian religious past. This is evident, as has been expounded by several scholars, in the king's search for ancient objects and texts during the process of temple renovations. Scholars have viewed this as a passion for things from the past as ancient antiquarianism. For their understanding of the king Nabonidus, this dovetailed with the notion that he was out of touch with his reality and psychologically unstable, a notion probably promulgated by Cyrus, the Achaemenid Persian king who conquered Nabonidus' empire. However, I believe that a large component of what they were doing and why it has been overlooked is that they were building for and aspiring to the future. The fact that Assyrian and Babylonian kings often included a curse formula in their inscriptions, warding off future people who might destroy or deface it, makes it very clear that there was a future-minded component to the creation of the inscription. One such fascinating instance of an ancient discovery centers on what scholars have called the sun god tablet. This stone tablet, found in 1881 at the site of ancient Sippar in Babylonia in the main temple near the divine Sela, contains a register of artistic depictions at the top, followed by an inscription that continues on its reverse side. The text commemorates the revival of the Ababar temple cult, the temple of the sun god Shamash, and the return of its prebendary incomes to the priestly families by a king Nabu-apla-iddina in the 9th century BCE. The text relates a series of events from the 11th century BCE, 200 years earlier, about the destruction of the temple and the loss of the statue of Shamash, followed by the failed efforts of two kings to locate the statue and instead the installation of a sun disk icon in its place. In general, an ancient statue in Babylonia was humanoid in form. Instead, they replaced it with a sun disk, which was then itself lost as the restoration was abandoned. Then, in the time of Nabu-apla-iddina, over 100 years later, who wrote this inscription, a clay model of Shamash's statue is discovered, and a new cult statue is ordered to be fashioned and rededicated by the king. Even more fascinating is the context in which this inscription was found. In a special-made clay container with a lid that you see here, that included 2 clay mold impressions of the sun god tablet, one of which you see here. This assemblage was found inside of a small bitumen-paved chamber. Directly on top of that chamber was an enclosed brick area with 2 barrel cylinders of King Nabonidus. Christopher Woods concludes that Nabonidus had uncovered the sun god tablet in his excavations for the reconstruction of the Ababar temple, repaired the tablet, created the box for its storage, reinterred it, and placed his own foundation deposit above it. This foundation deposit contains layers of history of the transmission of religious history and ideology through the centuries. The barrel cylinders of Nabonidus that were found there even claimed to have found the foundations of the temple as constructed by the old Akkadian king Naram Sin 2,000 years earlier. Part of the reason for the retrospective rather than prospective investigation of Nabonidus' temple renovations in general by scholars these days is that when his reign ended in 539 BCE, it was because his imperial regime was overtaken by Cyrus II, king of Persia, and subsumed into the Achaemenid Persian Empire. So he's viewed as the last monarch of successful Mesopotamian monarchies, the last indigenous monarch. Nevertheless, when viewing the Nabonidus temple building activities in light of his forward-looking frame of mind, I think there's a different set of questions we can ask in order to develop a more full understanding of the history, culture, and ideology of his time. So I'm going to go back to the 7 points that I came up with as my method. Audience. In applying my method to this context, I begin with audience. Who was the intended audience for these foundation deposits? Scholars point out the obvious divine audience, and of course that of future kings, but another audience were future royal scribes. In general, ancient Near Eastern royalty were illiterate, as was the overwhelming majority of the population. Royal scribes were therefore integral in producing building accounts and in developing the ideological, historical, and future-looking representations within these texts. Due to these facts, future members of the royal chancellery were an implicit audience for these history-making texts. Even though the texts are comported in the first-person perspective of the king, royal scribes were instrumental in creating the text and its content, as well as in receiving it in the future. Next, practicalities. Regarding practicalities, this work was taken very seriously by Nabonidus and his scribes. Multiple copies of inscriptions were buried, baked clay was the medium for the writing, and reinforced loci were constructed to house the contents. All of this would help ensure the success of the transmission of the messages to future people. Goals. Nabonidus' main goal in excavating temples to their deepest foundations, locating previous foundation deposits, and then preserving and reinterring them with his own inscriptions, seems to have been to establish the Babylonian urban religious cult centers as firmly as possible. He connected them to as far into the past as he could and set up their reconstruction to stand on that secure ideological foundation for far into the future. Since we know Nabonidus had discovered multiple instances of very ancient foundation deposits at different temples, he held a concept of the antiquity of his religious lore in the centuries and millennia. I would venture that this time depth backwards would have corresponded to the duration he envisioned in which his foundation deposit inscriptions would be discovered by a future king. He was confident that his Mesopotamian religion would last for centuries through future nomadic raids and international conflicts and what have you, and beyond. Next area is self-representation. In this activity of history making, Nabonidus represents himself to future audiences as the pivotal religious figure in creating successful continuity for high Mesopotamian religion. This is evidenced by the fact that several objects were often interred together, including those from past time periods, making clear connections for future kings who might find this regarding the historical relationships between Nabonidus and his predecessors. Impact and efficacy. In terms of Nabonidus' history making and its impact and efficacy, it's hard to say much at the present, although future Achaemenid and Seleucid kings did undertake some temple building projects in Babylonia, and the major cults were maintained for several centuries, if not longer. I do not know if there is any evidence whether any of Nabonidus' foundation deposits were actually discovered in ancient times. Motivations. Now let's think about motivations. Our information about Neo-Babylonian efforts in temple renovation cluster around the reigns of Nebuchadnezzar II and Nabonidus, the two kings of the empire who enjoyed the most stability and therefore were able to concentrate on territorial expansion. Nebuchadnezzar regularly campaigned to the west, even attacking the Egyptian homeland, while Nabonidus emphasized the development of the frontiers of his domain at Ur in the south, Haran in the north, and Taima in the west. Viewed in this context, their extensive temple renovation work was a key part in building toward their imperial future, to have an economically and territorially expanding domain that was secure in the divine beneficence of the gods. Nabonidus, though often portrayed as derelict in his duties for leaving Babylon for a decade to reside in northwest Arabia, may have had a strong future-looking motivation for this, in fact. During his absence from Babylon, his son, Crown Prince Belshazzar, served as the acting head of state in Babylonia proper, at least in regards to the province's government and economic administration. In fact, it was during his time period that a document called Belshazzar's Edict, by some scholars, was promulgated, which enacted a major change to how the urban temples operated by transferring control of the rental of temple lands into royal hands. Although Nabonidus is named first in that text, it was possible Belshazzar, named second, who promoted this innovation. I suggest that by absenting himself to Arabia, Nabonidus was furthering his grooming of his son and royal heir Belshazzar to take his place after death. And so finally looking at the concept of the future. Rather than born out of anxiety to avoid catastrophe, as some scholars have written, I think when viewed all together, the work of Nabonidus and his future history making in seeking to rededicate temples and his placement of foundation deposits intended for future royal audiences speaks to a positive future outlook. Nabonidus seems to have thought that future kings would look back upon his religious work with pride and view it as a key step in the chain of transmission of the royal safeguarding of the ancient cultic worship and high religion. Thank you for listening, and I hope this might be a first discussion and many more to come.
Thank you so much, David. That was such an interesting presentation. A whole new style of looking at the past and the future. We often talk about sort of the retro future from our perspective. So things like how the 60s or the 80s thought the 90s or the aughts might be. And we seem fascinated with that sort of recurrent, like, oh, this is the day that Back to the Future went to the future, or
Right.
Yesterday was the first entry in Parable of the Sower, for those of you with a little bit darker tastes. So we did get a question in chat about calendars. I wanted to sort of bring that around to your point. Like, one of the ways that we talk about the future and the past is through this sort of rigid schedule of time, this codified calendar, which is, of course, one of your main interests. So when we look at something like this, the dedication seals and curse tablets and things like that have a future looking aspect, how does that interact with the rise of calendars and that sort of more rigid look at how time will proceed?
Well, I think there are a few things to talk about in relation to calendars in the future. First of all, calendars are clear culture-wide evidence or manifestation of futurality and thinking about the future and the past. The way we have calendars these days, you can go forwards and you can go backwards. It's all within the realm of one cultural time. But I think also this is potentially a Western concept of having a super fixed calendar. Some other cultures don't have such fixed calendars. In fact, the ancient Babylonian calendar was not perfectly fixed. And at certain points in times, it became more and more fixed, potentially after their interactions with the Greeks, but really stemming from the development of Babylonian mathematical astronomy and the precision that it achieved over time. So there is time that it can be thought of as fixed, and then you sort of think of the future as known. But I think there's also, in terms of different cultures that can handle this in different ways. And also, I think you have to think about differences in group size. When you're thinking about families and small communities and villages, the sense of a larger time scale that's calendrically known doesn't mean that much, or it's not as important. Even in rural places in America, I think that that's potentially true. There are fixed points at different times that are celebratory times, holidays, or mourning times, that those are signposts along the way in time. But I don't think that it's thought of as structural. And on the other hand, you just have to think of this in terms of how people relate their present to the past and to the future. A calendar is one high-level way of handling that, but people have their own experiences of that too.
Another question from chat. With respect to the view of the future, how did the sort of concept of eternality fit in? like particularly when we're talking about these Mesopotamian religions. But how do you see that in general interacting between the future view of a human and the forever view of a god?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I would say that thinking about the different cultures' concepts of time is a key point in what I'm trying to get at. I think talking about the future and thinking about the anthropology of the future or the history of the future, meaning looking at any specific culture and trying to understand how it thinks about what its future might be, or what the world's future might be, or what the divine future might be, is part of understanding what they think time is. A lot of cultures have a cyclical notion of time, in which eternity is just an inherent feature of it because it's cyclical. It's never going to stop. It just keeps going through repetitions. I mean, when we live in today in our world, right, we have a concept of the solar year. The Earth travels around the sun, and it's going to keep going on forever. Yes, scientists have said that maybe at some point in the future something bad will happen, but we're really talking in the billions of years range. So we also have a sort of cyclical concept of time. In terms of the Mesopotamians, I think that that does get to the point that there was a notion of divine eternity, but that the human relation to that divine eternity could ebb and flow. So when you have that in that sun god tablet where Nabu-apli-Iddina says that he knows things about the kings living 150 years ago and about the disruptions in the temple cult in Sippar that happened in between them. So that's where he talks about it as the divine Shamash removing himself from the cult. So we're, in human time, the cult came to a stop, but now he's reinvigorating that cult. But yeah, I think that that goes partly to the heart of what I'm trying to think about, and I'm trying to think about this in a broader sense. But I thought I know ancient Mesopotamia, so that's what I'll try to start with.
Yeah, we just get a question a little bit off topic, but I did want to bring it up since we have some time. Um, when we talk about sort of the ancient calendars and the other concepts of time, you had mentioned that sort of apocalyptic Judaism, and certainly we've experienced that in modern apocalyptic Christianity. How does that view of the end of days fit into this view of the future?
I think that that's very important because that's the key of their concept of the future, is that they actually, people in such religions and cultures, they have an understanding of, sometimes a very detailed, specific understanding of what the future holds and what will be. So that, I think, can lead to very interesting things in terms of what types of interactions they might want to have with that future in terms of history making. They might want to send specific information to a specific group of people at a specific time in the future and say, okay, hey, this is me back then. I want to tell you something, or I want you to do something in some certain way. So yes, having a future that comes to an end or has an abrupt and radical change is one way of a culture's thinking about the future.
Thank you so much, David. What a wonderful presentation. I'm really looking forward to seeing what projects come out of this. I think that's a really useful way to start looking at our predecessors and how they thought about us.
Yep.
Our next speaker for this section will
Julie.
be Jordi Alonso. Let me just grab that presentation for you. So Jordi Alonso will be presenting All Gorgeous Things on Victorian Reception of Hadrian's Villa in the 4th edition of Nicholas Mitchell's Ruins of Many Lands. Jordi graduated with an AB in English from Kenyon College and was the first Turner Fellow in Poetry at Stony Brook University, where he received his MFA. He has a PhD in Victorian Literature from the University of Missouri. In 2023, he received an MA in Classical Studies from Columbia University. He's been published in Kenyon Review Online, the Banyan Review, Livre Littéraire, and elsewhere. He's the author of Honey Voiced and the Lover's Phrase Book and is currently working on a project involving the Latin poetry of Ubertino Carrara. He teaches at Louisiana State University. Jordi, welcome. We're so happy to have you here.
Thank you so much, Julie, and the rest of Sasa. I'm thrilled to be here. I feel like this is a ritual phrase by now, but let me share my screen. It's been a hot minute since I've taught on Zoom, so bear with me here. All right. Can everyone see my screen? If we go.
We can see it. Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. So all right. There we go. Just wanted to be sure to have the correct draft of this talk here. Again, hold on. It says my screen sharing is paused.
Okay, there it goes. I was just about to say it seems to have paused on loading, but there it is. It's full.
There we go. Great. Thanks. Apologies for the technical difficulties here. Before I start, I wanted to thank the organizers of the conference and this panel. I've had a wonderful time attending today, and I'm sure there'll be talks tomorrow that'll be just as riveting. My talk today is titled All Gorgeous Things, Victorian Reception of Hadrian's Villa in the 4th edition of Nicholas Mitchell's Ruins of Many Lands. Let us enter the ruins, says an anonymous 19th century guidebook, Rome and its neighborhood, visited in 8 days, where, quote, the Emperor Hadrian had surrounded himself with all that imagination could devise and wealth procure in the shape of lavish magnificence and luxury, end quote. This talk seeks to lay out the ways in which Nicholas Mitchell, in his long poem, Ruins of Many Lands, interacted with Hadrian's villa and memorialized his and his readers' imaginary travel to it. It is a short part of a longer project examining how Victorian travelers and writers interacted with material remains of the Roman and Greek pasts. The Emperor Hadrian, and to a lesser extent his residence in Tivoli, which you can see on my screen here, make rather frequent appearances in the poetry of the British Isles in the long 19th century. And it was noticing that was the impetus for this research project. After setting the scene with a few stanzas by Lord Byron from his poem The Curse of Minerva, I will examine an excerpt of the 4th edition of Nicholas Mitchell's long poem from 1859. So this is the 4th edition. There were a grand total of 8 editions in Mitchell's lifetime, and he kept enlarging them. So I'm focusing just now on the 4th edition. But turning to Lord Byron's Curse of Minerva, we can see that this poem, written on March 17th, 1811 at the Capuchin Monastery in Athens, it was unpublished during his lifetime, this poem. And though it was very much Athenian in flavor, the appearance of Hadrian's name, here Byron calls him Adrian, down here in line 102. The appearance of Hadrian's name, referring to the arch built by the Roman emperor in Athens, and the anxiety of the poet who is, in this excerpt, being addressed by Athena, set the tone for other poems of the period, which are underpinned by many of the same imperial cares, and that which Maria Luisa Ferrara calls Il culto delle ruine, the cult of the ruins, in her book of the same name. Byron was preoccupied with ruins, as the lines on my screen from the Curse of Minerva show. Before this excerpt, the speaker of the poem eulogizes, quote, the land where Phoebus never frowned before, end quote, and contemplates how certain aspects of the landscape around him are the same as those seen by Theseus and Socrates. Interestingly enough, he mixes a mythological viewer of this landscape, right, with a historical one. Then, taken by the magnitude of this history, the speaker extols the fact that within the confines of Athena's city, quote, the past returned, the present seemed to cease, and glory knew no climb beyond her grief. This is about 30 lines before the excerpt here. And as he stands alone and friendless, Athena appears and chastises him here in our excerpt. So she is the she who is speaking. When the speaker of the poem blushes, with his blush of shame that proclaims him a Briton, Athena knows that he is English born and berates him, even though he, that is to say the speaker, had just a few lines previously expressed admiration for the culture of ancient Greece. By equating him with Alaric and Elgin, after reminding him of the, quote, vacant, violated fane, Athena makes it plain that the speaker of the poem, and Byron as the poet by extent, must repent and make amends to Greece personified. Elgin, of course, infamously, made off with part of the Parthenon frieze, which remains to this day in the British Museum in London, and has to this day been part of the repatriation efforts that the government of Greece has been trying to get through diplomatic channels. Coleridge's edition of the poems of Byron, this is not the Coleridge the poet, but rather a grandson of the poets. Coleridge's edition of the poems of Byron notes that the words quod non fecerunt Goti, hoc fecerunt Scoti, that is to say, what the Goths have not done, the Scots did, had been, quote, deeply carved on the plaster wall of the chapel of Pandrosos adjoining the Erechtheium. Elgin, to nobody's surprise, is Scottish, and Alaric, of course, was the king of the Goths who led the sack of Rome. By having Athena say these words, Byron, who had ancestral ties to Scotland himself, counts on his readers, similarly educated, to understand the fact that his is a different attitude to classical ruins, especially when they have been further, quote unquote, debased by imperialist Europeans seeking to profit from their associations with the civilizations of Greece and Rome. This now brings us to the main event, as it were, the fourth edition of Nicholas Mitchell's Ruins of Many Lands. This poem went through multiple printings and editions since its first publication in 1849. In the fourth edition from 1854, Mitchell observes in a preface that, quote, such a work from its nature must continue necessarily to admit of additions and emendations. He assures his readers that the whole poem has been, quote, thoroughly revised and augmented, because the publishers have thought it expedient to stereotype this edition. The present, he says, is the last time, perhaps, that the author can hope to amplify or correct, and on this account has spared no pains or care in the execution of his task, being anxious to render the work less unworthy than that favor which has been shown it by the general public. Unlike Byron's Curse of Minerva, where ruins are used to clue the readers into the emotional state of the speaker and the general tenor of the poem, Mitchell's epic is designed as a conspectus of, quote, the ruined cities of Central America the rock temples of India, and the classic antiquities of Greece and Italy. As well as, Mitchell makes sure to tell us, quote, the very interesting Roman remains in the south of France, which are now described, and the ruins on the African coast, and in the Holy Land, and so on and so forth. So this is a conspectus of all the ruins that a Victorian reader might want to visit or at least learn about. Though nowhere does Mitchell state explicitly that this poem is meant to instruct, he is aware of the phenomenon of the grand tour, which I would love to go into, but I'll just have to obliquely refer to it now. The grand tour was a tour in which guidebooks like the one cited to begin this talk endeavored to give the grand tourist, I hope you can hear the capital letters in my voice here, surely male, often wealthy, and perhaps interested beyond the requisite cultural cachet required by a station in the antiquities and history that surround him, a plan to visit these must-see sites. Ruins of Many Lands is subdivided into 3 books. I'll be focusing on the second one here, since it takes Greece and Rome as its purview. And then, so book 1 is about Babylon, Nineveh, Petra, Nubia, and Egypt. Book 2 is about Greece and Rome. And then in book 3, we hop across the Atlantic and look at Mayan and Aztec ruins. In book 2, part 3, part of which is on your screen at the moment, I read a Victorian preoccupation with the rhetoric of empire, which comes to a head in the description of Hadrian's summer home in Tivoli, some pages later on. The narrator the narrator casts the death of Rome here as a prerequisite for another transalpine empire to, quote, rise around Albion's cliffs, namely the British Empire under Victoria. By adopting a voice out of time and addressing a reckless man, as well as in points both earlier and later in the book, where, like Byron's narrator, Mitchell's narrator too interacts with the ruins around him, specifically by using deictic phrases like look here or there stands such and such a thing. He implicitly invites the reader, should they find themselves in the same physical place that the narrator is inhabiting, to use this poem as a sort of guidebook and to adopt a laissez-faire attitude towards physically interacting with ruins. Don't try this if you all are ever around there. I don't think people would take kindly on you, sitting at the steps of the Athenian treasury in Delphi or anything along those lines. Mitchell casts his authorial voice as a being out of time, calling to mind a supernatural being like the Sibyl in Aeneid 6. By engaging with a tradition which arose in Romanticism with the publication of the purported poems of the Scottish poet Ossian, an invention of the 18th century poet James Macpherson, where the poet adopts a pre-Christian character's voice in order to make observations about the poet's present and imbue them with the gravitas of prophetic vaticination. Mitchell uses here his speaker to draw attention to the human world and the parallel spiritual and ancient world, which is also found in classical texts. This liminal space is usually accessible only by special demigods and a few chosen humans in Greek and Roman literature. And oftentimes those humans are religiously or artistically attuned ones. Think of, say, Orpheus or the Wates, right? The figure of the poet priest in the Annals of Ennius, where both these poet priests, these Wates, and the fauns, which are just sort of wandering around the countryside, sing using the same meter. Or think of, say, Cicero's De Divinatione, where, quote, the cry of fauns has often been heard before battle, end quote, warning Romans of imminent danger. This preoccupation and intense connection to the past was assuredly in the air during the Victorian period. The sense of being connected to, quote, unquote, great men of the past through sharing a common space is a common one in the era. Though George Nugent Banks, then an undergraduate at King's College, Cambridge, wrote in the 1870s, so some years after the fourth edition here of Ruins of Many Lives, a volume of essays about his life as a student, Banks says, "It is a grand thing to feed where so many great men have fed before," end quote. Likewise, once we just now we'll see the section of Mitchell's poem relating to Tivoli and Hadrian's Villa, we'll notice the abiding principle that I call greatness by extension, that it is a grand thing to walk where Hadrian once did, or, as Mitchell puts it, arriving at Tivoli. Reading this excerpt of Book 3 closely, we see an almost panoramic view of the Tiburtine Valley as if in a double exposure, both as it was in the time of Hadrian, quote, in Rome's palmy time, end quote, as a realization of the bucolic Roman trope of the loikos amoinos, the gorgeous things, proud columns, and statues which charmed the eye, we are told, are now, quote, dark, end quote, and overseen by ruin, who frowns where once the graces smiled. Mitchell takes a darker view of the permanence of ruins than does Byron in his description, which I unfortunately had to cut out of the talk, of the neglected temple of Poseidon at Sunion, where Byron laments that these proud pillars claim no passing sigh, end quote. As the excavations of Hadrian's villa had yet to commence in earnest at the time of Mitchell's publication of this fourth edition, we might be inclined to take his descriptions, particularly those in his prose footnotes, as a reliable guide of what the mid-19th century had revealed of Hadrian's villa. Excuse me. Excuse me. Gavin Hamilton, the Scottish neoclassical painter, for example, had already profited from artwork excavated at the villa. And he may be one of the vague group alluded to by Mitchell when he cites in one of the footnotes, quote, some antiquaries who believe the Sibyl's temple, end quote, on the villa's grounds had been dedicated to Vesta. I am no archaeologist, so I'm not super sure whether any of this was accurate. I'm gonna skip a little bit here because I just ramble on about the footnotes. In order to form a more complete picture of the Anglophone 19th century reception in Belles Lettres, to say nothing of the art historical reception of the Villa of Hadrian, we would have, of course, to consider more material. Among which we could count, but not exclusively, excerpts from Robert Bradstreet's The Sabine Farm from 1810, The Widow of Crescentius by Felicia Hemans, 1859, Hadrian's Villa Tivoli by Frederick W. Farrar, 1859, and the Lays and Poems on Italy by Francis Alexander McKee, 1862. Frances Anne Kemble's Hadrian's Villa and Lines on the Arno at Tivoli, and The Siren's Cave at Tivoli. Those are two different poems, both from 1866. The anonymous poem, Antinous, A Dream of Hadrian's Villa, 1866 as well as a pair of poems, both titled In Hadrian's Villa. So you see how all these poems pretty much have the same titles, and yet all are appearing in this frenzy within 84 years of one another. All of these things, not in an exhaustive list, show a short list of reactions to the villa and to classical antiquity more generally in popular English verse of the late Georgian and Victorian eras, about which no critical work has yet been published. Had I more time and space to explore, in which to explore the reception of the ruins of many lands, I would go in and track reviews of all the editions, establishing a variorum edition of the text so that we could make more insightful comments of just how revised and amended this poem was. Mitchell promises he will do that in the first page of the preface, of course, but I don't think he expected anyone to have read the previous versions of said poem. Once I did that, I could then make more insightful comments of how revised the poem was. And then, since the description of the villa of Hadrian feels generic, I would hope to find any literary or documentary evidence of Mitchell's actually having visited Tivoli. In the prose notes to this edition of the ruins, he does not mention the Hadrian's Villa episode of the whole poem, but he does indicate that, quote, he has not visited every site which he writes of. Mitchell,
I hate to cut you off, Jordy, but we are running out of time. If you have one or two sentences to wrap up, maybe we'll have time for one quick question.
Yes, I'm sorry, I timed myself and went.
Not a problem.
Let me just read my conclusion. It's real quick. This paper is a short trial trench which has yielded surprising and interesting results. Hopefully the larger project will take this and use it as a springboard to look more closely at the different views of different ruins, so not just Hadrian's Villa, as seen in the long 19th century. Thank you so much. I'd be more than happy to take any questions, and I apologize for going a little bit over.
Not a problem. Unfortunately, I do believe we are out of time to make questions happen live, but for those of you in chat and those of you watching, please do go ahead and ask your questions. If you ask them in chat, we can hopefully respond to you today, or do leave us a comment and maybe we can get Dr. Alonso's questions along the way. Love to hear from you. Jordy, that was a lovely paper. I'm really intrigued by the whole reception of ruins and particularly of newfound ruins in Victorian England and the way that that elevates empire. Personally, you know, I have a lot of strong feelings about Sir Arthur Evans. Let's just say that.
Oh yeah, no, same. I have so many strong feelings that apparently I timed myself 3 times today, and I was on time. And of course, when I show up on stage, that's not the case anymore.
That's always the way. Thank you so very much. That was really fascinating, and I really appreciated it.
Thanks.
And thank you to everyone on this panel. This sort of look at narratives of past and future has been a really fun topic to explore in so many different ways. And with that, we are going to wrap up session 3 and move on to our second keynote speaker. I am so very happy to be introducing Dr. Martha Tepe-Covarrubias. Just a moment. Dr. Martha Tepe-Covarrubias will be presenting on the shifting representations of the Maya. She has received her MA in Cultural Anthropology from Columbia University in New York and her PhD in Urban Environmental Studies from El Colegio de Mexico, Mexico City. She's currently an adjunct professor of anthropology at Western Connecticut State University, and I hear that you are involved in some activism around the native Maya cultures. So please, everyone, give a hearty welcome to Dr. Martha Tepe-Covarrubias. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, everybody. I am so grateful to be part of this exchange of ideas, and I come here to present you one that I hope resonates with you, given the current state of the world and what's going on in our countries. I would like to share my screen. Can I do that? While I was working in this paper, many ideas came to mind, and while I was doing the research, a lot of themes, just embalmed to each other, and I had to decide to cut it short. So I think I've managed to make a very succinct argument and put together ideas that I hope I can share with you today. So I'm gonna share with you my screen. Now bear with me because sometimes I'm not very good at this. So I think I can do it here. It's not letting, I cannot see where to share it. Can somebody help me?
There should be a share screen button that has a little rectangle with an up arrow inside it. It might be under the three dots that say more. Yes, there you go.
Okay. All right. So tell me if you can see it. Can you all see this? Share.
Not yet. It looks like it's loading.
Okay.
Yes, and it's showing us your whole the whole window. So once you start the presentation, that should work.
All right. Let me see. So let's do this. Let me just grab these. I want to keep the whole thing. So how do I do it? Okay.
So if you click on present, I think up in the upper right there.
Yeah. Can you see it now? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I think I'd rather keep it like this because I don't want to crash my computer. So
sure thing.
Anyway. Yeah, right? Okay. Now, while I was telling you before, while I was writing this paper, I thought I wanted to talk to you about the perceptions of the global north regarding indigenous communities. But as I was, thinking and researching and pulling out articles and looking at my archives, I decided to shift a little bit the talk and talk to you about why images, why categorizations, why definitions matter, and why they have, and how we discovered that they are deeply rooted in our societies, especially in Abya Yala, for so many times. So before I continue, I want to make two notes here. When throughout this talk, I'll use the term Maya to refer to the 22 ethnic groups that are currently living in Guatemala, and also to the people that inhabit what is known today as Campeche, Chiapas, Quintana Roo, Tabasco, and Yucatan in Mexico. All of these ethnic groups have Maya ancestry. In this talk, I'm going to leave aside the Shinga and Garinufa ethnic groups that are also part of rural communities and emerged in these conflicts that I'm going to talk to you about. But since their historical and anthropological pathways are very different from the Maya, in this talk, I'm not going to talk about them. You will also note that I'm going to use the term Abya Yala to refer to Latin America, what is known as Latin America in contemporary social sciences. The term Abya Yala is a decolonizing epistemology that defines what people from the global north and mainstream social sciences have deemed as the American continent. Abya Yala has its origins in the Guna people who live in the Darien Gap, located in northwest Colombia and southeast Panama. For decolonization purposes, Abya Yala exemplifies what is fundamental for this work, an intimate and rather inseparable relation between body, place, and knowledge. So throughout this talk, I'm going to use that term. And if you have any questions, just put them in the chat, or we can always correspond by email. So while I was doing this talk, I wanted to divide my the periods that I'm going to talk to you about in two. I want to talk about, excuse me. I want to talk about two periods of time where I distinguish that how we define and identify indigenous populations matter. Let me just. Especially colonial times that start around the 1500s, and then the period that is known as La Violencia, which lasts about 35 years. It starts in 1940 and finishes in 1986. I'm going to refer to these two periods of time in Guatemalan history. And then I'm going to close my talk with a brief, and I hope positive, closing about the state of these shifting identities of the Maya today. To start the first period, it is important to note that this region where the Maya inhabited in Mesoamerican times, it comprehends what we call now Mexico, the south of Mexico, and all of these regions that are in the central part of Abya Yala. The modern states of Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Belize, and a little bit of Panama. So my idea here is to tell you that the way people started thinking and imagining the Maya have a really, really deep root to colonial times, because it was under colonial times that the colonizers start defining who is what and what they are supposed to do. In my paper, I tell you that 200 years ago, when the Spanish people were occupying what we now call Guatemala, they set a pattern of society that is still used today. At the top of every country is an oligarchy of Hispanicized populations with European roots. Indigenous communities seldom or rarely, very rarely, have access to power structures. And they are usually at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Not only, and as we know, not only are they oppressed politically and economically, but since colonial times have also been imposed this idea that they are not as good as the people that came from Europe. At the same time, for many centuries, academic and scientific production and studies of our civilization was usually undertaken primarily by global north voices. Social scientists from European descent that came to these territories and explained to us who we were, what we were supposed to do, and where we were going. For centuries, all of these production was presented as a legitimate knowledge, not only to our students in our regions, but also throughout the world. So until the 1960s, you rarely ever found a thesis, or you rarely found a legitimate, what it's called a legitimate publication done by an indigenous voice, let alone an African, Latin voice or Brazilian voice. It was always done by this type of people. Not only because there was obviously no financing in our countries to produce this knowledge, but also because the main sources of knowledge about our civilizations, about all of these great civilizations that, according to their work, had vanished, was also done in a way that was never mentioned that indigenous peoples were either depressed, discriminated against, oppressed, or living in poverty. Take, for example, and this is my first example, one of the first few of the first voices, and actually in Abya Yala, in Latin studies and history studies, we recognize that the first anthropologists in Abya Yala were actually missionaries, Spanish missionaries that sent the chronicles of the new discovered territories to the King of Spain. And what they did is that they sent these descriptions of the communities of the people that they found while they were exploring and conquering and occupying their territories. There is actually in history of art or art history, classification of pictures of casta, cased pictures. Colonial powers used these classifications, these categories, to establish rules and laws to control not only the land and the natural resources, but also to impose tributes and taxes that, in fact, now that we look at that, also denied opportunities to accumulate wealth or advance in a social structure to those that were deemed inferior. Why is this important? Because since cultural assimilation succeeded in our territories, these indigenous communities became or were named minorities, which is really, ironic since they were living in their own native territories. We can see this impact today. When you look at social policies, when you look at economic policies, you see that many of the definitions that are made of these vulnerable populations are made with that same kind of correct categorization. And you see it today when you do field work around in Abya Yala, around all of these different urban populations, you notice that very few people with indigenous ancestry openly identify with their heritage, choosing instead to highlight their white or Spanish identities. In the case of the Maya, and this is the contention of my presentation, is that during these two periods of times that I'm presenting to you, identifying as Maya was actually a matter of life or death, since assuming an identity that was Maya was actually lethal. Take, for example, in the colonies. The conquest of the Yucatan Peninsula that I showed you before took around 200 years. It was very slow and remained unfinished. While central Mexico was subdued by 1520s, the region of the Mayas took longer, not only because of the environment, but also because the Mayas were fighting and never really establish led to the Spanish establish their cities. It was until 1524, more or less, that the city of Mérida in Mexico was founded, and it's only until around 1697 that the Spanish claim to have occupied what we know now as Guatemala. All of these historical records and anthropology, early anthropology records, are known because of the work of two bishops, Catholic bishops that were established in Guatemala. One of them is Diego de Landa, and the other one is Bartolomé de las Casas. They both describe how the lives of all of the people that were inhabiting these new colonial cities was totally changed from the conquest, right? During the colonization time, the missionaries had the responsibility to convert all of these new populations into Catholicism. And they were able also to classify people not only by their race, but also by their origins in this stratified social system. At the very top of the colonial cities were only reserved for men that were born in Spain, what they call in Spanish, españoles peninsulares. And then also, eventually, the men that were born in the New Spain, but had Spanish parents. So if your mother and your father were Spanish, then you were called criollo, and then you could probably assume a leadership post. At the bottom, at the very bottom, were the most of the native populations. And de Landa and de las Casas describe throughout their writings and the records, you notice and you can read how they considered that native populations were considered inferior to Europeans just because they were not Catholic and looked in a very different way from them. It should be pointed out that many times throughout the colonial times, in many writings and works of the colonial times, especially, for example, in Las Leyes de Indias, most of the responsibilities and duties that were imposed were done through a kind of slavery system called la encomienda. Although it's not, directly referred to as slavery, it is kind of a slavery. When you read the encomienda legal status, you see that it is basically granting to Spanish people, granting Maya adults, women and men that are assigned or granted to the Spanish encomendero to perform unpaid labor, while the children are sent to school that are managed by the Catholic Church, where they are supposed to learn Spanish and religion. Seldom or very few, if ever, Maya students, or close to none actually, were ever sent to work in universities or to learn something rather than hard work. Most of the children, as they grew, work in workshops or were apprentices or work as housekeepers. It is then, and we can point out that this is during this time when indigenous families started encouraging children to speak only Spanish and are pushed to wear only Western clothing because of this harsh violence, ideological pressure, and terror that was inflicted during these times by Spanish institutions like the Inquisition. The Inquisition, as you might know, is a procedure in which the Catholic Church had the right and, as they say, the responsibility to judge and put basically to death people that did not abide to the Catholic Church. So during that time, that is my contention, during that time, identifying as an indigenous person was considered very harmful during that time. The other time that I referred to in my paper comes in 1940s, 1960s. And for that, I wanted to show you an article that was published in Life magazine in the United States in the 1940s. It's an article written by Professor Morley, August, what's his full name is Sylvanus Griswold Morley. And he's in charge of writing this spread in Life magazine. At that time, Professor Sylvanus Griswold Morley was leading the world expert in Maya hieroglyphic writing. And he was basically the public face of Maya studies for more than 40 years. As you read the article, you see that Morley defines the classic periods of archaeology, of Maya archaeology, and he goes through all the stages until at the very end, he talks about the modern Maya. He states that the Maya were the greatest native civilization of the New World, and that they were isolated and unknown to the nations of Europe and Asia, and I'm reading here, to the primitive Indians of the North. Not even tribesmen from neighboring lands dared to penetrate the tangled jungles of Guatemala or the Yucatan Peninsula. In the screen, you're looking at a picture of Professor Morley in Yucatan. And in the bottom, you see some, the front page of Life magazine, and also some pictures that were taken by Dimitri Kessel, both of European descent, right? Professor Sylvanus, an American man, and Dimitri Kessel, a German that emigrated to the United States. Yeah, it's 1940s, and you see the romanticized view of the Maya as a great civilization that suddenly abandoned their wonderful cities. And in the article, they write how their descendants, the descendants of the Maya, are superstitious and resistant to change. In page 63, and I'm reading from Life magazine, you read that Professor Morley says that the men are farmers, not different from the old and new empires. The modern Maya have resisted change. He has borrowed a few items from the white man's civilization, trucks, tools, even radios. But his way of life still reflects, though dimly, the patterns of the great culture that has vanished. This, in fact, was the view of the Maya in the 1940s. Right there in the screen, you can see the picture that Dimitri Kessel takes of a Maya family. And you see how Professor Morley also writes about the way that he sees Maya peasants, right? In that. Now, this wouldn't be a big deal unless I also have to share with you that it is during that time, in the 1940s, when the United States has a big role in Abya Yala. I contend that my second period that I want to share with you right here, my second period of La Violencia starts more or less in that time, 1940s. Just a side note, it was in today, in the 1950s when the Cuban Revolution explodes in the Caribbean. And it is then in the 1940s when you have the starting of the Monroe Doctrine that was used by the US to intervene at the beginning of the Cold War, intervene potential communist states throughout the world. My contention is that the period of La Violencia in Guatemala started with a military coup backed by the United States that overthrew President Jacobo Arbenz in 1954. Since then, for 3 decades almost, Guatemala experienced a deadly and very bloody civil war that turned into internal armed and intellectual even conflicts. These conflicts put together and confronted not only military regimes and guerrillas of that time, but also intellectuals. Many leading social scientists fled to Europe or to the United States or to Mexico. And the ones that stayed became not only supporters of these military regimes, but also did a lot of work that is now questioned because their work was based in a now very criticized theory known as eugenics that was used by the militaries in Guatemala to categorize Maya people as subversive and label them as communists. People that were Mayas were target of military attacks aimed to physically eliminate entire communities in the rural areas of Guatemala. The end results of this internal armed conflict, according to a commission that was established in 1994, was the forced displacement of about 1.5 million indigenous peoples from their native territories, the disappearance of more than 40,000 people, and the blunt and clear assassination of more than 200,000 individuals. We're never going to know the extension of these crimes against humanity because the same people that were putting to trial the people that committed the atrocities were the same militaries that eventually became president. The UN now recognizes that during this time of La Violencia, there were the Guatemalan military committed acts of genocide against the Maya peoples. One of the contentions of decolonization academics is that not only many anthropologists, sociologists, and social scientists from the global north remained silent, they did very few actions to protect Maya indigenous peoples. In another contention here is that it was the work of many eugenic physical anthropologists like Maurice Sterhida, the ones that contributed their work to support not only the US intervention, but also the actions of the Guatemalan state. You can see today, in 2024, the legacy of violence that has been permeated since then in Guatemala. Even if the signing of the peace accords in 1996 gave the whole region a moment of peace, it also transformed our countries into neoliberal economic programs that conceded a lot of territories to a transnational government. In fact, President Jacobo Arbenz was thrown out because he had implemented an agrarian reform that was going to hurt US transnational companies, banana companies. So while he was going to be thrown out, they put in, since then, the United States backed a series of regimes that not only conceded all sorts of, facilities to US transnational corporations to exploit and occupy indigenous territories, but they also thrown Guatemala economy into one of the most poor countries in the world today. The periods that I presented you in this paper and their historical context, those two, we believe are the pillars of the decolonizing efforts of contemporary social scientists. Indigenous Maya intellectuals that returned to Guatemala at the beginning of the year 2000, more or less, coinciding with the Zapatista rebellion in 1994 in Mexico. Since then, they have been trying to rescue and repossess and retake their own history. Anthropologists, lawyers, historians, political scientists, sociologists, and lawyers in what we call this pan-Mayanist movement have been working to not only reappropriate, but also retell the story of what happened during these violencia times, and also try to define and reconsider what can be considered, right, of those early global north work that depicted Maya people as inferior. So what we're trying to do is to put together all of these pieces and tell a story that not only validates, but also dignifies the diverse Maya identities and experiences that are today very well alive, and challenge these colonial legacies of categorization and definition of Maya people. Many research today demonstrates how these legal and category assumptions about expertise and sociological anthropology, or whatever social science you want to talk about, complicate and try to hinder the participation and the recognition of indigenous actors in the creation of knowledge. How this also affects the way we view indigenous peoples at the popular level. I get a lot of optimism, by the way, when I see contemporary artists. For example, in my screen, I'm showing you two indigenous actors that proclaim themselves and identify as Maya, and two actors that have been featured in Hollywood movies. In your screen, you're looking at Maria Mercedes Coroy and Josué Maichi. Both were actors in this movie, Wakanda Forever. In fact, that movie even contains contemporary rap Pat Boy music, which fills our hopes with our hearts with hope and how do you say, positive ideas for the future. We think in decolonizing all of this knowledge, it's also very important to provide indigenous intellectuals and academics not only the necessary funds and institutional research space to do research, but also spaces to share our ideas and talk about and rescue and present ideas that are not necessarily part of mainstream academic syllabus, but also creating a condition for dialogue between native intellectuals and also global north intellectuals. In popular culture, like I told you, we see now more people that identify as Maya or indigenous in many realms, in media, in the music, in the literature. There is still a long way to go. We recognize that, of 250 films that were done in Mexico, for example, not even 12% are even centered in indigenous or Afro-Mexican characters or storylines. In fact, it's a very, very tiny fraction. But along this track of representation, it's also, how do you say, very disheartening to see the racism that is in daily life, right? 3/4 of people aged 12 and up say that indigenous people are still very valued very little in our communities. So in this paper, I'm trying to present to you that how we define indigenous people have a colonial connotation that we still haven't been able to shake out. I will share the paper with the conference participants, and I thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Marta. That was really fascinating. I think it's a story that a lot of people who live in colonized areas have forgotten, right? Deliberately, it's been erased. And one thing I wanted to ask you to maybe elaborate on a little is the way in which the victors writing history, as it were, shapes the reality of the people who are erased. I mean, there's so much there, but I'm really interested in this, in the sort of the deliberateness of this narrative, because so many people here in North America, also known as Turtle Island, and also in I'm sorry, I did not catch name that you called Latin America. But all throughout the Americas, especially, and certainly other colonized parts of the world, there's this perception that indigenous peoples no longer exist, that they died out. And that's simply not the case. So I wondered if you could speak a little bit about the narrative crafting there and what effect that has.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with you. And let's also, we can, I could how do you say, respond in so many ways, but just in a very relevant way today, since you see that in these, how do you say, talks and discussions of climate change, indigenous peoples have been very, very vocal about how the environment is being decimated, right? In Abya Yala, that's the term. That's the term, Abya Yala. In Abya Yala, you have a lot of transnational corporations that today are facing trials put up together by those that were defeated, right? The indigenous peoples. You have Chevron, a trial in Ecuador against Chevron because of the decimation of the Amazon in Ecuador. And that trial was won. Now, the Supreme Court in this country just a week ago decided to get rid of that is called the Chevron rule. They totally suspended the Chevron rule, and like that, the winners take it all again, right? So it is important. It is important to define and for legal procedures to erase those identities. Why? Because erasing the identity is the easiest and most legitimate way to extract possession, right? So since you don't live here, since you never existed, this is not yours. Remember that private property was something brought by the colonizing powers. They decided this is mine, and people didn't realize, indigenous people didn't realize, what does that mean? Well, you still see it today. That cultural establishment, that property invention of the colonial powers has repercussions to this day, 2024. 500 years later, we are still going through all of these problems. Who is accountable for the pollution of? Who is accountable for the cancer, the water safety in our territories? Not us, right? So it is important to see that, yes, the winners keep winning, and the people are going to keep losing until we put together our efforts. It's taking very long, and it's going to take a lot of time because we're playing again under the winners' rules. But it is taking time, and you see the harm that it has done to many populations, especially around, well, in this country, right? You see all of the treaties that were signed by the colonial powers and were not complied, pushed away, and eventually just, how do you say, eliminated, right?
Yes, fully voided just by dint of ignoring them.
Exactly.
And there are so many places where that colonialism is ongoing, like the current occupation of Hawaii.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we here at Sasa really believe that connecting the past to the present has a very positive effect on how people understand each other. And I think this is one of those great examples where people don't even know how much they don't know. So I guess my next sort of direction of question is, how does the modern Mayan, as it were, relate to the pre-Columbian past? Before we had these colonizers, how much can we tease out there?
Oh, well, that is one of the most amazing, how do you say, aspects of Pan-Mayanism. You have a lot of intellectuals today creating not only art, but also knowledge not rescuing per se what the pre-Columbian people do, but just using it as a base to diffuse, to expand and to share this knowledge with other people. For us, it's actually from people from Abya Yala. It blows our minds that many students in the global north don't even know about, the little tiny revolutions that happened while the colony was happening. For example, in the Maya territories, students are not taught, for example, that throughout the regime of Spain in our territories, there were so many revolts against them, but those they don't tell. You see, those things are not told. They are not shared with students. So one of the things that these new intellectuals are doing is going back into, and it's ironic because the Spanish have the records of these. All of the revolts that happened, for example, in the pre-colonial, in colonial times and pre-colonial times, were shared with the Spanish missionaries. The Spanish missionaries, remember, their job was to send reports to the King of Spain with all of the knowledge that they extracted from the conquered communities. So it is really interesting to see that many Maya colleagues are now traveling back to Spain to look at the royal archives to put together the narrative, the historical narrative of what happened then. And this always blows my mind. When you talk to some of the Maya colleagues, they tell you, my grandpa used to talk about my whatever that was in that war, and we don't know about it. So now I'm working on it, and I'm going to rescue this. So it is just so, it fills me with great joy that you have intellectuals like these that go back, ironically, right, to Spain to try to collect all of the stories that are there written by Spanish missionaries about their families, about their ancestors that fought in whatever war. So it is really interesting. And these are processes that take very long. This is not something that can be done quick, right? In the digital era today, we are used to getting things fast. No, this is going to be a long process of reconciliation, of rescuing and digging deep to see what is that knowledge that we can put together ourselves about our history, about ancestry, right? But it is a process, and I think we are slowly getting there. Technology also offers amazing resources to do this. So, I'm confident, and and I also trust the students, like, probably this group, students that, are interested in this, they don't assume and don't restrict their view. They look and they are inquisitive and they want to know. So if we are able to shake them and present them an alternative view, that is, I think, also the future of this effort to rescue, what was tried to be eliminated.
Yeah, I've got a question in chat about sort of the difference between sort of the way that the Maya areas were colonized and the way that a lot of the sort of the Turtle Island areas were colonized in terms of treaty and land grants and stuff. I've heard that there's a lot less of even the initial treaty grants,
right,
when it comes to the more Abya Yala area.
Yes. Yeah. What the biggest difference between Abya Yala, in pre-colonial times, we've defined three main cultural areas: oasis, meso, and arid. And the three first words defined, basically, remember, people that inhabited Abya Yala were very directed by the environment. So the first, meso, refers to the meseta, which is Mesoamerica. They call it Mesoamerica. So it's the first cultural region, which encompasses the south of the United States, all Mexico, and parts of the Maya. This area was able to be colonized and occupied by the Spanish people. And this is probably going to sound very simplistic, but I believe that this is a very good way of explaining to students. This area was easier to be colonized because the weather wasn't so oppressive. Remember, imagine yourself, these are European people used to a certain way of living, used to a certain environment, a certain weather, a certain way of life with mountains, you know, just put yourself during that time, 1500s. And then think about the environment that was up there in these areas. At the north of Mexico, you have the United States, a lot of desert, a lot of, you know, the Midwest of the United States, a lot of mountains and kind of cold. And then to the very, very bottom of Mexico, throughout the peninsula of Yucatan, you have this jungle. It's a jungle. From South Mexico all the way to the Darien, that's a jungle. So imagine the oppressive temperatures. A lot of archaeologists and anthropologists in Abya Yala have defined that it was because of these unprepared,
Inhospitable.
For them, right?
For
Yeah, and
them
also
to be
for them
to be so unprepared.
to be so unprepared. The other thing, the second thing why it was so different is because remember, well, and I'm sure many of you know that there was a virus that the Europeans brought. So a lot of the population in this area, in the central areas, were decimated because of the sarampion. How do you say it? Smallpox. There was a smallpox pandemic. And a lot of the indigenous peoples, which didn't have the immunity to smallpox, died. So a lot of the indigenous communities in this area died. And that's why this area was able, Mesoamerica they were able to conquer that faster. The Maya, on the other hand, were in the middle of the jungle. So it took them seriously 200 years to be able to establish the cities. The heat, the animals, remember there were jaguars, there were a lot of animals there, and there also the mosquitoes and all this, the fauna that Europeans were never familiar with. At the north, you had communities that were always moving around because they heard the buffalo, right? So they were moving around, and they also dealt with another type of conqueror. The English were really, and not only the English, but the Dutch that preceded the English believed in trade. So they established, and that's where all of these pacts and treaties and whatever root from. Whereas the Spanish,
as opposed to the conquistadores, right?
Exactly, because remember, the Spanish had this idea of conquering for their Spanish king, yes, but also were deeply religious. So you have everything in the name of the Catholic Church. In fact, the Catholic Church was a super powerful player in these areas, whereas in the north, the church was never, ever, ever important because of the nature of the occupation from the Protestant people, right? That they were kicked out of their Europe and came here to this area to establish a more, open society. So that's why they were more open to play this game of treaties. Whereas in Spain, they were there to claim the land, convert everybody to Catholicism, and present the king of Spain, queen, and then their land, their newfound land. That's, in my opinion, the main difference. One, Catholicism, and two, the nature, just the nature of the environment and the nature of the occupation.
Yeah, and Christianity did play a big part in everywhere in the colonies, but the Catholic Church's iron grip is certainly a factor that the Protestants did not have backing them. But the idea of missionaries is inherently a colonial a colonial idea, and it's interesting when you go around places like Portugal and you see these monuments to missionary colonization that they're still revered, right?
Oh, yes.
People have not deconstructed that at all.
No, not even throughout Abya Yala in Mexico, in central Mexico, you still have, well, recently they got rid of the statue of Christopher Columbus, but you also have many provinces in Mexico that still have the statues of those. In Mérida, Yucatan, you still, and I don't know if they they put it out, but they still had the two huge statues to the Montejos, and in Guatemala to Pedro de Alvarado. Those men that the priests, the missionaries that I mentioned in my talk, Diego de Landa and Bartolomé Las Casas, wrote that they were cruel men that did all sorts of unspeakable, un-Catholic, whatever actions against children, women, and men. I mean, they were brutal. And they still have those statues there, you know?
Yeah, we still have Columbus Day in the US, although there is a huge and growing movement to replace it with Indigenous Peoples Day.
Right.
But it still exists, even though Columbus was acknowledged even by the Spanish as a horrible person who just committed atrocious acts.
Yes.
Nobody wanted to follow him.
No.
So to bring this back around, I'm really interested in coming back to this idea of ownership and environment, this sense of existing as part of the world that seems to be very common in indigenous cultures, particularly indigenous to the various Americas, to use a colonizer phrase. But what else do we have sometimes? So you mentioned a couple of times like a lot of the indigenous societies didn't really consider themselves owners of the land. You mentioned nomadic tribes, you mentioned people who live among the jungle fauna and interact with that. There were cities, certainly. Although they have often been disregarded by white historians. You were pointing out the scholar who was like the face of hieroglyphic studies for a long time, and just oof, just oof. I don't have any other words for it right now. But there is this ongoing present movement driven by that connection to the land that isn't about possession. And there are a lot of indigenous faces at the forefront of water conservation and land preservation movements. And I wonder if you can speak about how that connects to that history.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the fact that we have to realize that property was a colonial figure, a construction of colonial powers, we also have to recall and remember that many of these communities that existed before colonial times also had a very intrinsic relation with nature. Unfortunately, right, we don't have the records to show it because they were destroyed. In the case of the Maya, it's funny that Diego de Landa, the same person that records everything and sends it back to Spain, was the person that put in a fire all of the Maya codex, all of the so-called books that the Maya had been keeping about their own history and the history that they recorded: astronomy, mathematical, medicine, music, singing, dancing. All of those records were destroyed in a big fire that De Landa put, because these were considered, remember, Catholic Church, satanic rituals, whatever. Also, one thing to have and keep in mind is that we're never going to be able, ever, students and humanity, to know what exactly happened, because all of the knowledge that was passed to these missionaries was interpreted by that missionary, a European man that came from Spain under Catholic religion. So just bear that in mind, right? Another thing is that all what we know about religious practices of the Maya also comes from the people that survived the conquest. In every conquest, and the Spanish write about this, the first people to go are the royalty, right? The leaders of those. The seconds to go, intellectuals. So all of the brilliant minds of indigenous Mexica Empire, Maya empires, all of those guys were gone. So you only get the records from the people that were not even involved in that. So those are three things to keep in mind. So how do we solve this puzzle? Well, archaeology. Archaeology. We have archaeological records today that show the astronomical knowledge of the Maya. We have, thanks to science and technology today, we are able to see how the Maya were ahead of their time in astronomical, mathematical, geographical, even knowledge of the world that they inhabited. We're never going to know how they used plants. The only record that we have is from what people told and told and told through the centuries to their descendants. So that's another thing. But what we can also be sure of is that there was a understanding of indigenous peoples in what we now call the Americas, Abya Yala, not only of how the astronomy worked, but also how the seasons worked. Our agricultural techniques in this region are amazing. Take the system of cultivation of central Mexico, very ingenious, very full of knowledge, combining three basic, and I think they also do it here in North America, right?
Yeah, the three sisters.
Right. And it comes from the same, when you analyze the same principle, is repeats in every single community from the north of Abya Yala all the way to the south. The same way of preserving, seeds, the same way of spreading, the same way of taking care of the rivers, of rotating crops, right? All through natural and again, in that time, there were no pesticides, right? So using your environment to see these. And this is something that was really lost in the United States, because in the United States, this indigenous knowledge has been just eliminated. You don't have the knowledge of indigenous ingredients, because people don't use them to cook, which you do in Abya Yala. In South Abya Yala, you have it in Mexico, what we now call Mexico, Guatemala, and El Salvador. Honduras, El Salvador, you do have this knowledge. So I think some of the knowledge remained because of the memories of our ancestors, and also because some of the environment that has not been so destroyed, right, comes back. And you can tell that there are some richness, right, that comes back through time. Right now, again, we are and on the other hand, this would be, again, I don't want to sound romanticized and not realistic. We are facing really horrible conditions right now throughout Abya Yala, not only because of the oppression and repression of environmentalists, so many environmentalists that have been killed throughout the region. You also have the presence of criminal gangs all over those nature, really, rich nature environments. It's not only drug dealers, but it's also mining operations that are illegal. The deforestation that it's also
for
illegal.
Cattle and
exactly.
Cattle and mass crops.
Exactly. So I'm not trying to sound super optimistic. No, there are dire challenges. And again, the completely disregard for human and animal lives in exchange of profits. because at the end,
Mhm.
that's what it all is about, money. So
I
yeah, it's
completely agree. And I think that that indigenous knowledge is it's a blessing that it hasn't been fully destroyed.
oh, totally. Yes. No,
Thank you so much
yes.
for being a part of bringing that knowledge back to the forefront, of bringing antiquity forward in that way. We are about out of time. Thank you so much. This was such an enlightening talk. I really enjoyed it. Um, what lovely images you have brought to us, and what terrible ones as well.
Right? Yeah. Well, knowledge is like that. And I think through our academic careers, you're going to be able to see the good and the really hopeful ideas that we have. But we also see the bad. And that bad should not make us feel, how do you say, sad? Well, you might feel sad, but let's not
Discouraged.
Yeah, discouraged. Let's not be discouraged. Let's, put together our hearts and our minds. And I think another future is possible. We can do this. We will do this.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Marta Covarrubias. We thank you so much for your contribution to this conference. Really wonderful talk. Very lovely having you. And thank you, chat, for your thoughtful questions. We did have several that came up there. And I really admire your ability to speak to such a broad topic that is becoming even ever more important as our environment takes back what it's owed. So thank you very much, and it has been an absolute pleasure to have you aboard.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the space. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to wrap up for the day, I would like to introduce everybody to our outreach team lead, Leon Cornet-Cowell, who has been a masterful aid in getting all of you here today. The outreach team is a really important part of how we find people to come to these conferences, to be part of our live events, to be part of our community, and to partake of the knowledge that is on offer. Leon, if you would like to turn on your camera now, you are quite welcome.
Hi, can everyone see me?
Yes, you're all good.
Okay, good. I'll share my screen now. And everyone can see the presentation before I start?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, brilliant. So hi everyone, I'm Leon Cornet-Cowell. I'm the co-team lead of Outreach. I've been with Sasa about 2 years. I joined as a fairly humble intern in 2022. And today I'm just going to tell you what Outreach is, what we do, and about some of our projects. So Outreach is headed by myself and Dr. Sarah Richardson. She's just in a PhD, so I can call her that. I hope she doesn't mind. And we currently have 7 interns right now, I think, and volunteers. And we're a very diverse team. We have people from almost every continent at the moment. And we've had people from all over the world work with us, which is very important for our projects, as you're about to hear. So you're probably wondering, what is outreach? And I had to Google this for myself. The Google definition of outreach is an organization's involvement with or influence on the community. And I guess this is accurate for what we do. We are the first point of contact for Sasa. If you email Sasa or get an email from Sasa, it's highly likely to be from myself or from Sarah. And one of the things we do, as Julie pointed out already, is we are contacting people around the world to kind of create a growing network of groups, projects, etc. As I've said here, growing the alliance. So we have two main projects, which I'm going to discuss today. We have our Port Ancient partnerships, and we have the conferences and events list. So the conferences and events list or calendar is a huge, mostly comprehensive list of kind of every conference, lecture, field school. We have summer schools, online courses, museum exhibitions that relate to ancient studies. And on there right now, I'd had a check before this started. We have around 400 events going as far as 2030. And this is a continually updating list that our interns are constantly working on and constantly adding stuff as it gets announced. And while we're here, I'd like to draw your attention. We do, on the resources page, we do have a form. So if anyone knows of any events and they aren't on this list, if you fill out this form, then we can add them and you'll make our lives a lot easier and also make it so that people elsewhere can find the conference or event that you've added, especially if it's yours and you want to advertise it. This is a great avenue, in my opinion. So now on to, this is kind of the main project we do at Outreach, the Port Ancient Gallery, which is a web page full of partners, specifically organizations, projects, and such that are related to ancient studies. On there right now, we have 73 partners from all over the world. We have people from Africa and Asia, the Arabic-speaking world, obviously many from America and Europe, but also from South America and Australia. And this is it's quite a diverse list. We have several partners that don't speak English at all, thanks to our Arabic-speaking interns who have found those. We have Portuguese-speaking partners, but I'll come to that later on. I'll highlight some of our partners later on in the presentation. So what we do at Outreach, the process for finding potential partners. So first, the interns or ourselves, they have to find the partners. Usually we do this through social media or word of mouth, or we do have a big spreadsheet full of people to be contacted. And then we'll contact them usually through email. Now, I must admit, this is something that can have limited success because obviously people are very busy. They're not going to respond to every email. And then after that, we will try to set up a meeting with them. And the meeting will usually be discussing what they can get out of a partnership and what we can give them and what we can get out of a partnership with them. So for example, in my personal experience, I've met with people from Australia, which when you're based in the UK usually means you have to wake up at 7 a.m. just to do an 8 a.m. meeting. And yeah, it's you end up meeting so many diverse and interesting people. I have personally, and that's why I enjoy Outreach personally. And after this, the meeting's done, we will send them the form to fill out. And once they've filled it out, we'll create a social media post, and then we will connect them to the relevant teams. So for example, if someone wanted to take part in our Archeo gaming live streams, or they wanted to do a live stream highlighting themselves, so we call the Crewing the Ship live streams, we would connect them with the live events team, the Archeo gaming team, or for example, the book club and the reading groups teams. And now I just want to highlight some of our partners. As I said, we do have 73 partners. So if you're a partner and you're watching this and I haven't mentioned you, I'm very sorry. I tend to choose these quite randomly. But I also wanted to highlight the diverse set of groups and the diverse set of projects that we have on our page. So as you can see here on this first page, what we have a couple of podcasts, we have a publishing house, we have blogs, we have World Virtual Tours, who we've recently been working with to do live streams and live events. And they are like an educational group, I guess you could say, who live stream tours of places so people can visit them without having to visit them. Another one I wanted to highlight specifically was this one in the corner, Vanaheim Vikings, who are a living history reenactment group that specifically focus on the medieval period. And as you can see here, and on our second slide, when I'm saying ancient studies, we're being quite broad with it. So for example, the French History podcast doesn't just discuss ancient French history. In fact, it goes all the way into medieval and modern. But because they cover the ancient stuff, such as the Iron Age and the Roman occupation, they fit ancient studies, in my opinion. Then we have Journal of Geek Studies, which is not specifically ancient studies, but it's scientific style articles about kind of nerdy or geeky topics. So they don't just include history and archaeology, they also include a lot of the sciences and biology. I would also like to highlight the Artemis Research Center, which is a center specifically designed at educating people about the goddesses in the past. This one was run by Dr. Carla Ionescu. And as well as that, as you can see, we have several magazines, such as Ancient History Magazine. And on the final slide of partners, so I'm not rambling on about all the partners because I could do an hour of this if I went for every single one. I've specifically chosen to highlight our partners who are either not English speaking, or they're not from places where you might typically think of for studying ancient studies, so specifically kind of Northern Europe and America. So we have, for example, the Classical Association of South Africa. That's a very big one that we've partnered with. We have this podcast here in the corner, Three Egyptologists Walk into a Bar, entirely in the Portuguese language. This one, Egyptian Pop Culture, is multinational, so I'm cheating a little bit by including these, but they are based in Lisbon. And then the final three, we have two Arabic ones up here, which thanks to our Arabic volunteers, Khaled and Miriam, who have been working tirelessly to find partners from the Arabic world. We have a podcast and a clothing group, a clothing design company. And then the final partner, which is an archaeological project in the Philippines, which is an unusual one. It just kind of highlights ancient studies is everywhere, and one of our jobs in outreach, and one of my personal aims as outreach team lead is to do this, to find projects in places like Asia and Africa. So if you are interested in outreach and partnering with us or joining us as a volunteer, one minute, it's not working. I've got the outreach email up here if you want to contact us in general, although I have added my own specific email if you want to get in touch with me specifically. And then finally, I've added links to the Port Ancient page, as well as where you can find the conferences and the events. And yeah, that's everything. I'd like to thank Anne and David and Julie for organizing this, as well as all the other speakers who've talked today, including my fellow team leads. It's been a very interesting and engaging day, and that's everything. Thank you for watching.
Thank you so much, Leon. And just to close us out, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I want to reintroduce, of course, our wonderful leader, David, who has some closing words for us today.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. We're looking forward to another great day tomorrow. We have a whole bunch of interesting individual papers and a great keynote speaker in Dr. Marion Feldman. And I just can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. Please log back in tomorrow at saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference or wherever else you're watching this.